Alright, let's go. We're doing the ship battle thing. I think I wanted to start saving lots of SP. If I have someone attack, who should it be? Because we could do the 3-inch. That one can get stuck in one spot. Oh, that's interesting. You can't charge into the next turn, can you? I guess that makes sense. I'll just focus. We'll see what we're looking like after this round here. Hey, Yahan. How you doing? Zerpit. Last we left off, the good people of the Ixataka culture raised up Grendel, which is another one of the Gigas monsters that you summon with the crystals. We haven't dealt with that yet. They have summoned it for noble purposes. They want to defeat the Empire, but I have a feeling that's not going to turn out terribly well for them. Huh, I wonder why it wasn't letting me. I was trying to press the D-pad to modify it. Torpedoes work that way too. Play around, maybe I was just doing the inputting correctly. Try it next time. I want to make sure our SP is really high so that we can handle using the harpoon if we need to. Redirect power. Take a chance and open fire. Sounds good. Okay, looks like we're going to get the harpoon cannon next round. That's good. I'll have people do some just general attacks then. Oh, okay, I see. So I have to press A to position where I want it to go, and then I should be able to say where it's going to land after that. Oh, that's kind of cool. The shock torpedo doesn't have to go on the same round. That's pretty neat. Have you heal, I think. It's still just MPs, so we may as well use the big heal. Probably on the same turn that he does his big attack. That should be fine. And then Fina will focus again. And Rhaknam will do a round of attacks here. Let's use this 5-inch cannon. I see. Okay. Yeah, it was hard to tell because I only had the one option. I tried to do it there. Is there any reason you wouldn't want to have it shoot over multiple turns? Like, I can't even begin to imagine why you wouldn't. It seems like it's just correct to do. Nice. It's pretty crazy though, given that the harpoon does like 20 times as much damage as anything else. I'm interested to get into a fight where the harpoon isn't really the winning shot. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't catch on to that. Gotcha. Because you're potentially spending double that amount. Makes sense. Fortunately, it's just a test cannon. Probably should have done a defend that round. It's not a big deal. We can Sakura's that back all day. No big D. Harpoon time. That S cannon action. Aika is gonna focus. Fina's gonna. Well, actually, no. She's gonna guard in this round. Fina's gonna do a Sakura's here. And then Drachma. Let's try another torpedo. The S cannon gets less powerful relative to the others as you progress. I see. Just kind of there as a way for you to wipe them out.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Interesting. Is that because their stats are influencing it? Like maybe the S cannon is a static amount of damage, and everything else scales with your party's stats? That'd be a cool way to balance it. Give you an edge in the early fights. Piece of action. Only I get to do that. Thanks, they're both just defending. That's a cool way to make it trickier over time, though. Any idea what's in the update, Buckin? Talking about Smash Brothers, right? Balance patch, maybe. Take a chance, open fire all day. Oh, I don't have the SP down to do the harpoon. I guess that was the previous turn. Okay, that's fine. Oh, right on. Awesome, sir. Having like maps would probably be helpful for some of the areas. We've been doing okay so far. I have to like really zone in and pay attention. The game is pretty good about telling you what to do in some of those dialogue scenes. They like giving you at least a cardinal direction to go off of, and I missed that a couple times. Secondary cannons and torpedoes don't scale off those stats, okay. So the main cannon is what you want to use as you get bigger and bigger. Gotcha, interesting. I forgot I could do offensive magic. I might have, what's-her-nuts do that next turn. Holy shit, that was a really big hit. Wasn't expecting that. Moonstone cannon. I don't think that's going to go poorly for them. Yeah, let's heal up. Try using the G-type cannon. We'll open with healing here. Let's see how that goes. It'd be cool to see a Steam re-release of this with like fast forward and encounter manipulation, since that seems to be kind of the standard for JRPG Steam re-releases, at least on Square's side. I know that the main team that developed it is defunct, but Sega, I'm sure, still owns the rights to it. Ah, I see. Higher base attack to compensate. Sense. Okay, it's like a truck, man. It's rough. That's pretty good, 1940. So we're at about like a fourth of the damage that the S cannon does with the main cannon on Vyse. It's not bad. Oh man, it's an ugly turn. Okay, well, we want to do? We determined that guarding takes into account the stats of the user, so we might want to guard this round. I'll go ahead and do another G-type cannon. I think I want Fina to heal. Could have... Oh, I forgot to cast Ink Room. I'm stupid. Do my best to remember that. That's pretty important. Let's open with Sakura, just in case. Sakura's rather. And then we'll guard the big shot here. We should have enough spirit next turn to be able to do the S cannon, I think. I think it costs like 25 or something. It's a big number. It's certainly in the double digits. Increment only lasts 2 turns in ship battles. Like 2 whole rounds of 4 shots, or like 2 time steps. That's surprising. I guess that explains. I think we've seen enemies previously that have cast it multiple turns in a row. That didn't hurt at all. Magic guard. 2 rounds of 4 shots. It does. Yeah, it used to be a flamethrower early on. Maybe it's because they shot it too early that it sucked. Right, let's get this S cannon out there. Costs 15, not 25, so we're totally fine. It's no problem. Try Pyrelan, and then what? Rhaknam to do anything? It's going to focus for a turn. Let's see what next round looks like. Right.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
It sounds like such like an arcade thing to say. The effect they put on it. Alright. It did more damage that time. Huh. I wonder why it went from doing 8,000 to 12,000. Not complaining though. What direction did they give to Loco's voice actor for that? Wow, talk about a incredibly anime sequence. With those, like, Looney Tunes stock sound effects. You almost don't even hear, like, we hear more frequently than that. The rusty door hinge sound effect, that one's pretty common. I'm getting some dropped frames on my end, guys. Let me know if it gets bad. It doesn't look super severe, but we had this for a game last week too. Ghost Trick, I think it was.
Hey, boy.
This is normally when Twitch would die under the old Comcast regime, but right now it's just hovering over like 700 kbps. I'll keep progressing this story here while frames are dropping, let you know what you're missing. All I have to do is knock it down. Wait for him to pass in front of it, then hit him in the back. Let's take him down. Need to get in close to damage that thing, but there's no telling what that thing will do. Keep an eye on the damage levels of the ship. Yeah. It's dropping to 0 kbps. Watching on YouTube in the future, having some technical difficulties. Fortunately, it's significantly less frequent than it used to be, so let me go ahead and record this. I'm keeping a log of any connection issues that we have. This Comcast can troubleshoot more easily now. So Last one I recorded was like May 9th, so it's not bad. If there's any future timestampers out there doing Skies of Arcadia, this would be a good point to put in a skip. We're back. Cool. Thank you guys. Sorry about that. This hasn't happened in about 10 days, so at least that's good news. I've been keeping a log of whenever stream has gone down. It used to be 2 or 3 times a day. It happens once every couple of weeks. It's not so bad. I should be back up now. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's fight Grendel, yeah? How's our ship doing? Use a small amount of healing. Recast Incrum, I think. I can probably afford to heal on this turn, actually. Incrum, Sacris, Focus. I am still using the Comcast modem, yeah. They asked me to do that for a while for troubleshooting, since they can like actually run diagnostics on things that already happened. They apparently they don't know anything if I'm using my own modem. Whatever. Hey Namaku, thank you for the follow. Good. How is your Thursday treatment? All is good. Having fun working through, trying to beat every awesome game ever. And Skies of Arcadia is definitely included in that list. Whoa! That's a big hit in the face. Ow, I actually didn't hurt that bad though. I think the big Gigas would do more damage in that last ship battle. I think we had something similar. Last time we fought the Gigas first and then the ship, and the ship was harder than the Gigas. Oh, thank you either way. Yeah, so you want to try to attack on rounds with the C on them if you know you're going to attack in a 4-round turn. I'm trying to build up my SP as much as possible though, so I don't get caught with my pants down when I need to use it for something important, like shooting the harpoon. Legs didn't work so well last time. Alright, so we get a harpoon cannon next turn, probably. Let's see. I want to cast Pyroline. I guess that's MP, so I can cast it. Vyse can't because he sucks. I think I'm gonna guard. I really want that to be as high as possible. And then I'm gonna do have her cast. She can't do Pyroline either. If I'm gonna attack, it should be this turn. I'll have her heal after all the big hits come through. She's still an MP as well, that's a bummer. Hiram. Actually, that is SP. But I don't want to use 10, that's way too expensive. Well, I guess we could just not attack this turn. That might be the safer thing. I don't like having such a low amount of SP. We'll have Rhaknam guard that round. We're already healing the following turn. Yeah, it took me a second to get back into the mode of Skies of Arcadia, spiky. So I'm getting some drop frames again. I'll just keep the stream going for now. Hopefully it will drop down to 0. Make a note that that's happening though for Comcast. Audio should still be coming through okay. If the behavior lately is any indication, the drop frame should calm down within a minute or so. It should pass. I'm so used to everything costing variable amounts of MP that you really just got to think about and get used to everything being 1 MP and SP being the main cost. It's such an interesting system. I want to see it in more games. It makes me wonder if like the MP component is even really necessary. If it could just run on SP. Hard to say though. I can see it both ways. We'll have her heal at the end of this round here. We'll have her cast a big Pyrolim. I'm curious to see how much damage it does. We'll have Rhaknam guard in that round to reduce the damage a bit. Or we can just have him focus. We're gonna do like an 8,000 health heal. I doubt we're gonna be as low as 3,000 HP. Socrates is a really big heal. Let's go ahead and focus. Hey Capo, how you doing? What does the 1 MP cost do? It limits you mostly on a battle-to-battle ratio. From battle to battle, you can't just heal constantly without having some MP recovery items, or you'll run out and not be able to use it. I guess it's... Maybe I could see them designing it without MP at all, and then wait, what about abilities that make sense to use outside of combat? Suddenly they don't make sense anymore. Since SP is generated in combat, they just become free healing out of every battle. So we have to have some kind of associated cost that's primarily for out-of-combat spell usage. That give you a reason to attack and not just defend on red turns. Smart. Ouch. That wasn't that big of a hit at all. This guy's a wuss. I bet that was the design path. Alright, so we shouldn't really be relying... Last time we fought one of these things, we didn't actually have to kill it. But we might actually have to beat this one, since we're doing a not significant, but better than insignificant amount of damage to it now. I'm going to try to only attack on turns that have the charge icon on them. He can probably just cast that. I don't even know if he's going to do anything this round. Let's do a round of everybody focus. Maybe it's like a balancing artifact, like maybe they were all originally significantly harder and I had to chill them out. Hey Wilson, how you doing? Happy Thursday going on Friday for you. It's Friday for Propagator, that whole international dateline thing. It's gonna be weird when we travel to Australia. Experience the same day twice in a row. Time travel. hit. Oh, really? I forgot that those were consumable items that you had to spend. Okay, remind me to do that out of when we finish this combat spec, if you would. Actually, I'm sure we're gonna be fine, but it just occurred to me that we've been playing for about 30 minutes and it's been the same battle, so let me save state real quick. Just in case we do something stupid and get destroyed by Grendel. Attacking. Make repairs on the ship. Who needs that? Alright. Oh, we maxed out SP. That's fine. I think Vyse is still the best person to shoot the cannon with. Aika can do some healing on the first turn so that we can survive the big hit. She can do Pyrelin on this turn for potentially critical damage. He can do a little Sacri. I think he'll just guard. Although a guard is a guard, so I think that she should cast it here, and he should reduce the damage more there. Sink that flubber. Yeah, pretty much. We already took down the Nutty Professor. This actually isn't his creation this time in an interesting twist. It's not the bad guy who summoned the things. Our allies. Took the crazy taxi voice actor. Assessing damage. It's kind of the way that they balance the ship combat. Or unbalance it, I guess, to make it easier on the player. Having them do that assessing damage step. It's kind of like an Earthbound where enemies will occasionally take an action that doesn't do anything. Like the hippie brushes their teeth. The roach knits its brow. Gives a slight player advantage. You're not getting pummeled every turn. Yeah, that's a decent hit. It's almost half of the damage dealt by the S-Cannon. But it also costs like 2/3 of the SP, so I'm thinking it's probably not worth it. Knock it off balance. Sounds good to me. Let's get a big heal in here now. Actually, we don't really need a big heal, do we? We'll see what it's going to do on that turn. I'll have Rhaknam do a cannon shot. We're almost at full health, so like a heal would be short-sighted here. Do it beginning of the next turn. Oh, you know, I'm not sure. It may have been that I should have done like an attack that covered both turns. We had to do that previously when there was a knockoff balance kind of thing. Hopefully I didn't screw that up. I'm wondering if the S-Cannon is big enough that it doesn't care, that I don't have to do like cannons and torpedoes on the same round. Seems like that's the idea, though, is that on those rounds you want to use the torpedo because that can go up to 2 rounds ahead of time. Also do like one of the S-cannons. Stack them up as much as you can. Ouch. Still didn't hit that hard. We get to do 2 in a row. We'll see. That's still significant then. Let's see if this knocks it off balance.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
You may have gotten it. Didn't even get a damage value. Nice. Cool. Grendel wing, complete kit, and another captain stripe. Try to remember to use those as soon as I get a chance to pop in my inventory here. Try not summoning an ancient, like, nuclear weapon. Great power comes great responsibility. That line is, like, danced around in Civil War, but not actually said, and I was very appreciative of the Marvel writers for being subtle about it. Shouldn't we punish this guy in some way for, like, basically unleashing a nuke on the world? Oh, thanks for taking care of it. Here you go. Tried not doing that. I see where you were coming from, but... Like, it's no big deal. Grendel's a wuss anyway. He only hits for like 2,000 damage. Exotic foods, nectars, waterfalls, sunsets. Not afraid. She's afraid of the spooky ghosts. Oh, they all had a good anime laugh. Yeah, if you're gonna blow people up to shit, you may as well be using, like, best model, right? I cannot heal the ship outside of combat, or can I? Oh, I can. Oh, that's cool. Okie dokie, so there's a few things we need to do here. We need to use our captain stripes. Oh, okay, I see. Restores HP. Nope, we're good. Woohoo! That makes a pretty big difference. Oh, it doesn't play out any differently if you kill him? That's interesting. And perhaps unsurprisingly, like, dealing with universe or at least world-altering weapons is a pretty common theme in Japanese RPGs. This is quick by 3. Okay. And I think we got a new weapon for Aika, I want to say. Grendel wing. Yeah. That's the ticket. Sounds good, Peter. Rock and roll. Alright. I think I actually want to heal everyone before real quick. I'm probably just going to go find a, like, inn shortly. I don't remember where the inn is in this town. Tips on where to go next, weird hat dude. Usually I get some kind of ship upgrade that lets me go somewhere. Northeast Iron Net. Yeah, don't lie to me next time, dude. Getting dropped frames again. I don't see them. It might be happening throughout the day today, but at least I've got a pretty good data point for when I give numbnuts at Comcast a call. Way in the back. Iron Net to the north of this continent. North Ocean. Alright, well, let me go. It's north of this continent. Let me go back to the town proper so we can rest for the night. Also, I should probably actually save the game. Hopefully I don't wipe in this random battle. It could happen. That's a lot of dudes. Guard. Actually, let's do focus. See what Lambda Burst does. Running away? I thought I froze for a second there. We're good. Oh wow. Lambda Burst must do damage as a function of the weapon that she's using. I feel like it did way more than it used to. Yeah, I think the story is pretty cool. It's pretty standard JRPG fare in the sense that, like, you know, the bad guys are very obviously bad, and the good guys are very obviously good.
That was easy.
But, like, there's no reason why we can't have stories like that. Mechanically, it's really interesting. It does a lot of cool stuff. I like the whole idea of there being all these floating continents It's like floating island the game, if you enjoy that trope. I like it though. Let's go ahead and save. Go sneak in the back too. Right now, your best bet for playing this without spending about $150 getting a used copy on Amazon is Dolphin. Handles it pretty well. If Sega ever does do a re-release, since right now you can't really give Sega money for this game, I would highly recommend picking it up. It's worth the money. Oh, really? Cool. Like that last dungeon and the sections leading up to it. Airship Pirate Simulator, exactly. And it does some things that are very different, like, you know, the main character's parents are alive. It's already unusual. And not only are they alive, but they're not, like, secretly bad guys. They're actually kind of involved in Vyse's life. And they've survived, you know, 20-some hours into the game. It's pretty uncommon for JRPG protagonists. Finding in here. This is just an empty house. Or cast any magic, Dark Sarah. Oh yeah, I could see South Ocean being pretty brutal. Rob, why don't you give me an item for that? There's a bunch of enemies there that cast instant death magic. It's awful. I want to say this looks like maybe a place we can stay for the night. Y'all just let, like, randos sleep in the Elder's house? Yeah, it's like it's the noble rogue kind of character though, Namaku. They're good pirates. Robin Hood types. I don't think we've robbed anybody, like, even kind of good so far. Everyone that we've robbed has been pretty evil. Yeah, so many random battles there, and it's so easy to get lost because each time you get into a combat, like, everything kind of looks the same with the mist and the rocks out there and the wind blowing you around. It's cool though. It's a different kind of protagonist to play as, right? The closest thing I can think of is maybe Zidane from Final Fantasy IX. I'd love to play another game where, like, characters are class bound and the main character is a thief. That was such a cool idea in FF9. In this one, it really kind of changes the trajectory of the story. I'd like to see one where the main character is like a white mage or healer. The closest thing is Earthbound and Mother 3. The main character is the best healer, but they're also really good physical attackers. Interesting to play as a character who kind of sucks at solo. Iron Net's north is yeah, relentless optimism. That's convenient too. You kind of get into this funk of every JRPG protagonist being, like, super moody and grouchy all the time, like very much talking about how life is pain and how hard it is to be talked about in the past tense. So I like getting a plucky main character every now and again. I think this is where the networks beef with. Name Tantalus your guild. That's awesome, Wilson. Call that your free company in Final Fantasy XIV. We're just gonna focus. We're gonna punch somebody in the face.
Fire consume my
Enemies. Lambda burst is what she was going to say. Ain't got time for that. Yeah, this is definitely more like upbeat shonen anime versus, you know, Persona's grimdark Halloween and high school anime. Let's see. So is that her focus again? Well, maybe have her cast something. Fiery maybe? We'll see how much damage it ultimately does. Wild Arms 1, now there's a really good game. I would love to play that on the stream. It's a Western JRPG. The genre is Western. The setting is Western. And they like completely rip off Ennio Morricone's Ecstasy of Gold from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It sounds really good though. It's like the world map theme. Yeah, and that one you choose who to start as, so that works too. I think that the 3 characters in that are all pretty equally important, so I forget the name of the blue-haired guy. Yeah, Wild Arms is pretty cool. I've never played any of the sequels, I only ever played Wild Arms 1. Yeah, really good soundtrack. The graphics probably don't hold up terribly well because it was, I believe it was rendered environments, right? It wasn't pre-rendered backgrounds, which usually isn't going to look so great. It's fish? Oh, skyfish, that's cool. So same with Legend of Legaia. Woke in the middle of the night and saw something glowing out near unpopulated islands. Thought seeing things at first, lights moving around in these weird patterns. It's cool. Rudy's the blue-haired guy? Gotcha. There's this really cool little Easter egg in Wild Arms. It's one of my favorite bits of video game trivia. So early in the game, you are trying to get into, like, you get to pick between 3 different characters to start as. You end up playing through all of their stories. But one of the characters, the way he starts is he's a treasure hunter, and he's in this dungeon. And at the entrance, it's like you need to enter the password to progress. And they just use it as a cool way to get the player to enter the name for the character. He's like, oh, I don't know the password. I guess I'll just enter my own name and see what happens. But like maybe 80% of the way through the game, you actually learn what the password's supposed to be. So if you start the game again and enter the password as that character's name, the door actually opens, and the story progresses very slightly differently. I thought that was kind of cute. It's also a really cool way to prompt the player to enter a name for a character. There's a lot of different games do that in different ways. That's kind of gone away with voice acting now. There are very few games that let you actually name your character. But I like, you know, creative approaches to it that don't just like pop up with the screen when you start the game up from scratch. The Final Fantasy VI introduction, we're talking about Shadow. That guy slit your mama's throat for a nickel. What's his name again? Shadow. Yeah, I thought that was cool. Jazz Factor. I've heard that the Wild Arms series hasn't really, like, it's kind of gotten diluted since the first game. Put out too many of them, maybe. Didn't put a lot of thought into what they were doing with the sequels. Rock's Nest. That's a legendary bird, the rock. A single rock egg is large enough to feed a whole town for a full lunar cycle. Not many are brave or stupid enough to try and steal an egg from the nest of this giant bird. That makes sense. How are we doing? Anything new on the map? Covering this area. Teeny tiny whirlwinds. Looks like a lot of the discoveries are just go to the suspicious empty islands out there. Giant's Hammer. Name for Giant's Hammer for its unusual shape. Actually, like, may actually be a Giant's Hammer. Not just a rock that kind of looks like a hammer. Yeah, no, right, Wilson? It's kind of charming. I feel like you don't see that as much in Western media. There's not a lot of excited cribbing of names and words from other cultures in Western fiction, like The Matrix notwithstanding.
Fire consume my enemies!
They love German stuff. Yeah. Sometimes it gets a little over the top, like Fabula Nova Crystallis, Chronicle of Final Fantasy XIII. Oh my god. Calm it down there, Tetsuya Nomura. The Teeny Tiny Whirlwind's a discovery? Okay, I might sneak down there and try to check it out. That's cool. Fabulous exploding star crystals. I like when the Japanese like use an English acronym. It's in everything. It cracks me up. ATB does. Fina, you kind of suck at life. You just guard. Sorry. Maybe try sucking less and I'll use you more. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the thing, Six Gun, is that our language in general is already like filled with loan words. And... Actually, I saw a really cool post on Reddit recently about English. Did anyone else see this? It's a version of English that tries to remove all Greek and Latin influence and replaces them with Germanic words. So, like, instead of having ornithology, which is kind of, I think it's combining both Greek and Latin, means study of birds. Ornithos is bird, ology is, knowledge, study of, and logos is word. I think that the English version of that is bird lore. Hey, Big Richie, thank you for the host. What were you streaming today? Could someone in chat throw a shout out to Big Richie 2004? Can I find that little swirling thing here? If you guys are new and popping in from Big Richie's stream, hey, I'm Marstead, trying to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. You can see the games that we've already played if you go to games.marstead.com, and you can even vote on the next game we're going to play on stream at vote.marstead.com. There's a bunch of commands you can enter in chat. Vocabulary is word stock. Bomberman 64, awesome, Jackie. So there's a game that I had never played before. I played Bomberman games, mostly on like the TurboGrafx, but I didn't know anything about Bomberman 64 until somebody asked me to play it on stream, and I only played it for about an hour, but it's pretty different. Like, it still feels like a Bomberman game, but it's constructed, it has a story. I really enjoyed what I saw of it. Let's see here. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Jackie. Let's just have her focus. And we'll tackle this thing.
Fire consume my enemies! Slam to burst!
Alright, well, no worries, Stingray. It's a pretty mild incentive in case people want to do it, but I'm doing this as my main career. Bomberman Quest, what's that for, Wilson? Yeah, Bomberman 64 kind of feels almost like Bomberman Zelda. Oh god, okay. I got worried for a second with a name like that. It was gonna one-shot the party or something crazy. Cutlass Fury seems like overkill, but there's no penalty for overkill on this. You may as well. What system was it for, Wilson? I wonder if we're talking about the same game and it had a different localized title in Spain. Wait, what? Oh. This is a generic ship battle. I'm just not going to worry about it. Unless if I may have just entered into it. Okay. We should be able to take it out pretty easily, though. I did just save before bouncing into him. Game Boy Color? Huh. I've never heard of that one before. Bomberman Quest, you say? I'll go around to focusing. I think that's been productive use of our time so far. Hopefully this rando ship doesn't do more damage than one of the Gigas that we just fought. Was it like a top-down kind of game? Because Bomberman 64, from the little I played of it, was sort of like Bomberman meets Ocarina of Time. This is the GameCube Skies of Arcadia. I'm actually playing it on the Dolphin right now, so I can get the best image to stream. Unfortunately, they haven't done an official like re-release or remaster of this for Steam. There's no way to pay the original developers money for it. I think your best bet is to try to pick up a used copy on Amazon for like $150. But like I mentioned earlier, like if Sega chooses to re-release this on Steam, I urge people to pick it up and buy it. It is my plan to do so. I think it holds up pretty well, though. They don't know if I think they actually maybe downgraded the game a little bit, porting it from Dreamcast to GameCube. At least its sound quality isn't so great. The visual quality looks fine, though. I think it still holds up today. Let's see. Go ahead and cast Inchrome with somebody. Not a lot of incentive for me to attack a lot this turn, since I don't have any like crit rounds. I used the cannon on the last turn here. I'll have her heal in round 1, or round 2 actually. She can cast Inchrome, and then I guess I'll just have Rhaknam focus again. I see. It's kind of like top-down then. So Bomberman 64 is to Ocarina, as Bomberman Quest is to like Link to the Past or Link's Awakening maybe. Right on. Yeah, we're going to be playing Skies of Arcadia today for another 3 hours until 5 o'clock Pacific. Tomorrow is going to be some Bravely Second. We're also working through Ghost Trick, Demon Souls, Ogre Battle 64, all of which are blind playthroughs for me. I'll resume next week. Bomberman Live on the 360. Is that the one that like tried to make Bomberman like super serious and dark? Like instead of it being the cartoony Hudson Soft character? It was the same basic gameplay, but they tried to make it more realistic, I think. I never played that one. I remember seeing like posters for it. Hapax is Surprise in California this week, so if we do a bit more Final Fantasy XIV, it'll be next week at the earliest. We're going to cast Inchrome. I think we do want to get a heal off here. We probably had Cat, and then we're going to get any S-cannon shots in this one, so we'll cast Ireland, it seems fine. Drachma can do 5-inch cannon. Sounds great. Which one am I thinking of then? Ballistic Bomberman X-Zero, I think it's called. It was for 360. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thursday/Friday. So Bomberman Live is another one that's like traditional Bomberman, just you can play it online. Okay. So there, I guess there were 2 Bomberman games then for 360. Interesting. I'm trying to think like what the most recent Bomberman title was. I don't think we've seen one for a while. Oh, like Xbox Live Arcade. Gotcha. I think one more shot, this guy should go down. I might go ahead and do a safety heal on him, see what my hit points look like after this round. Oh, we're doing fine. We haven't taken any damage at all. It's just blast him to death. Let's not have Fina do anything. That's going to waste her turn. Oh yeah? Interesting. I know for a long time people were saying that Bomberman 93, which I think is the TurboGrafx 16 version, but that's the definitive Bomberman. Doesn't have online play, obviously, but it came out on Virtual Console for the Wii. I know remarkably few people who actually had a TurboGrafx. I didn't find out about it until I was like maybe 16 or 17. I had a friend in real life who didn't grow up with Nintendo or Sega consoles or Sony. They just had the TurboGrafx and the Turbo CD. The giant throne. Enormous rock formation looks like a rocking chair. Flower marks and surface have given rise to many stories. Some speak of a giant green creature that once perched here. The hairy beast was lulled to sleep by the rocking motion. It's adorable. So kind of looking for a place to dock out here. Let's see real quick. I think I asked this last time we had a rando ship battle. Do they award anything that's like... Is it useful to seek them out, or is it mostly just for fun kind of thing? It doesn't really drop Captain Stripes or anything like that, do they? Rhaknam, punch him real quick. Yeah, that's what I was wondering if that's what they were implying, 6-gun. Grendel's chair. Generally not worth fighting. Oh, what did it drop? I didn't notice it. Nice counterattack drop, huh? Oh, firebomb. Well, I assume that's a consumable item and not like an equipable firebomb, but maybe knowing this game, I'll probably end up being wrong. Cutlass Fury. It's got like 1 hit point left. Drachma's gonna miss, I can feel it in my bones. Alright, good job. I see.
That was fun.
It's just got a blender on his arm, right? No, definitely not. Yeah, so for any of the new folks, I am a pretty... Oh, is that the guaranteed resurrect spell? Let me check real quick. Off stream, I like to 100% games, but with my whole theme of trying to beat every awesome game, we don't have time to play through all of them. Oh, thank God. Oh, if you've ever played Dragon Quest before, you'll recognize this basic resurrect spell. It's like Zing from Dragon Quest, where it has a 50% chance to miss. It's the worst thing in any game ever. I couldn't imagine a spell that I would, want less to have a chance to fail than resurrect. But it's very good that we have one that's guaranteed. Yeah, so anyway, I'm all about trying to get everything in 100% games, but just in the interest of time, we try to go on a fairly direct path for stuff on stream. Which is kind of nice, because then if you see a game for the first time and want to play it yourself, it could have replaced experience. Maybe you want to play it and 100% it and play it on your own. The revived soul on the party member that's most likely to be first to die. I suppose that's true too. Fina's our weakest character. Who is this dude? Majin Buu over here. Oh, his name is Gordo. Okay. All of the... Assume he's Valuan then? All of the Valuans have like Spanish-inspired names? Yeah, right, Chaos? And it's all confirmation bias, but you don't remember when Zing actually lands. But you do remember the times when you're in a boss fight and Zing misses 6 turns in a row. Oh, he's a black pirate? Okay. I must have missed him on the wanted list. We're blue pirates. Those are the good kinds of pirates. That was well kept their butts. Hopefully they're not going to kick my ass. I guess I just saved before walking here, so we'll find out soon enough. Not full on health, which is kind of a problem. Alright, let's kind of be smart here about what we do. Have her use Sucker's Crystal. It's a bigger one, right? 1000 HP to 1 ally. Sounds good. Oh shit, I should have used his ability that lets him guard and focus at the same time. I'll remember it next time.
Let's try this.
If this guy is one of the black pirates, then I believe that they scale with your party level, so we're not just gonna luck out and one-shot these dudes. Actually, the other black pirate that we tried to fight kicked our ass, so hopefully things will go okay. Looks like his ads aren't terribly bad as far as their hit point total goes. I don't know what Digest did, but okay. That's a required fight to progress? Okay, thank you. Not all the bounties are black pirates, I see. Squares and rectangles. Ow. Poison damage. Probably want to cast Increment on people. It's a last soul combat. I have one item that heals the whole party, I think. I want to be careful using it though. I don't think I need it right now. Build Rhaknam. Who did I have Aika? Just have them cast on themselves so I don't get confused. Soccer's Crystal on Drachma, and then you cast Increment on yourself. That seems great. Yeah.
Moons, give me strength.
Hopefully we'll get to a shop that sells more of them. I think that actually I have been able to buy them. They're just really expensive, so I didn't want to buy a ton of them. I wanted to save money to upgrade my equipment. The single target heal items are super cheap though, so I can do that pretty easily. God. Context-sensitive music change. It's upset because Drachma's dying.
Let's
Should
try
get the
this.
yellow off. Chill out. He has a lot of hit points. Loco spray? Which I think they censored in the US version so that it's not alcoholic. Does green eventually learn a party heal? Like I might, after I get everybody the guaranteed res, I might switch to try to learn the party heal from green if there is one. Oh, it costs a lot of SP. How much SP is it? Let's see. I guess we'll just have people attack. Try to get some SP back here. Yeah, I guess the benefit of items not costing SP is just really high. Much more valuable than the spells in the whole. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Let's try this.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a negative side effect of the otherwise very cool MP and SP system. That it makes items way stronger. And
Let's try this.
maybe it's only a problem because the items are so cheap. Like, in Final Fantasy, X potions and ethers are just bonkers expensive most of the time. If you have them, it's because you found them in a chest. Sacrum. That's fine. Let's start murdering this dude. Do a little bit more healing. Like, you can do a tackle that tends to hit really hard.
Let's try this.
Yeah, I wonder if those systems were how they were considered. You know, like I think there was a different team working on items. Someone was playtesting. I was like, you know what? These items are super cheap. I can like have 99 of them really in the game. Oh, the attack items are good too. Just because I have like JRPG players' fear of using consumables, I haven't really touched them at all. Oh man, the open way. Not what it's called in this game. It's... when they're actually good. It's scaring me there, dolphin. Yeah. I suppose that's true. Yeah, really the basic economy of a JRPG like this is what you choose to do on your turn, and you're going to trend to use whatever the most effective thing is on your turn. The items have to be really competitive.
Is it over already?
Actually, pretty much everything in the game has to be really competitive to beat out just picking the attack option. The number of RPGs I've played where, you know, 99% of my inputs are attack, half of 1% of my inputs are heal, and the other half is something else that's kind of interesting. It's a really large number of games. They tend to cast a spell, I see. Vyse, what are you looking so serious for? I like that this one too. Attack is generally not the most effective use of your time. It feels like SP system. Yeah, even in RPGs, you kind of have that win more mechanic. To be wary of it. Vyse, oh face. Someone wants to hit the command. Seems like a small number. Alright. Save, so we're gonna have to do that fight again. Probably jump in and fill people up. Like, out of combat MP is so plentiful, I may as well heal using spells rather than items. The rate at which I move in between, like, inns is pretty decent. Always made out of face. Yeah, that's cool. It's definitely tougher design. An easy way to do it is just make attack not very good, but I think it's more interesting to make your other options more attractive. That's probably it, Retro, yeah. If it had been in just an O-face counter alone, it would be much higher. Just kind of got unlucky with hits last turn. I think Specky made the point that it's kind of stupid that like the one character that has a cool upgradable weapon system is like the worst physical attacker. You should never have her press the attack command. Yeah, I usually try to. You have to do it in a pretty tight window, Specky. Like I was almost too late to do it there for Cutlass Fury. Lambda Burst, I think that once she says Lambda Burst, it's too late. don't yet have the party at a point where I can reasonably predict what turn order they're going to go in. I'm surprised you can't skip like spell animations too. I wonder why it's just S moves. It's interesting. Smashing it. I'm trying to think of other games that have handled the whole like attack as the most viable option problem well. I don't think. Well, actually, Final Fantasy IX I think is one of the more balanced Final Fantasies in that respect. Attacking is still usually pretty good, but like black magic remains relevant for almost that entire game. Remarkably few main series Final Fantasy games you want to keep casting spells at the end. Lulu is pretty good in like the first 20% or so of Final Fantasy X, and then if you don't respec her as a physical attacker, she's pretty much garbage at the end. Can't skip the enemy S moves either. Interesting. I found a discovery. I found a discovery. I found a discovery. Hey, 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 hey. I'm surprised we're going for the yellow Gigas so early. I would have banked on this one being the last one or the second to last one. The Value and Empire, like, bad guys of this game, live under the yellow moon, which is like an elemental system. There's 6 different moons for the different elements. And it's lightning, so there's always these thunderclouds there that make it all dark and evil looking, which I thought was pretty clever. Like, they could have gone with having them live under the shadow moon, right? Where they're just covered in shadow, but it's less obviously evil in that way. Lighthouse ruins. Converted into a lighthouse to guide Value and ships returning to the north, but as the center of Value and culture shifted to the south, the once great lighthouse faded from people's memories. That's a bummer. Let's enter this ship. Merchants got a trader out. Those pirates want to steal it. Okay, I'll be careful with pirates. Just use Dragon Quest when you get the airship. I felt like the character is a little bit more competitive in that game. Like, there are certain games where everybody's endgame party makeup kind of converges to the same few ideal characters, but I've heard people using totally different parties in that game. Because the only issue with 9 is that the characters are all introduced in a very story-driven way, so you don't actually end up having Steiner in your party for a huge chunk of the game. It's already too late for me to press start there. Like, once you start saying fire consume my enemies, it's too late. I like the 8 element system. My favorite elemental system is from Final Fantasy XI. It was light and dark were opposed, and then wind beat earth, which makes sense. Earth beat lightning, which makes sense. Lightning beat water, which makes sense. Water beats fire, which makes sense. Fire beats ice, which makes sense. But then ice beats wind, which really doesn't make sense at all, but they needed to tie it off there somewhere. Thinking about like how to do a like an RPG, really elegant elemental system where everything kind of has a one-to-one relationship. I think about that all the time. Like, everything has to have a one-to-one relationship, and it has to include all of the classical elements. And if you can try to include some weirder elements like poison, which we see in like the Diablo series, you should try. But it's tough to do it because you can't really. The more you're adding, the harder it is to get it all to make sense. You just have them all attack, except for maybe casting Pyrus or something would have been better. Could have wiped them all out. Lucky miss. Yeah, the elements in this are weird, and they map in a way that's super weird too. It's closer to like the way the types map in Pokemon. Pokemon is cool in that it has so many different types, but the mapping is kind of bizarre and tricky to remember. Ether, Chaos, Law, Physical. I like that one. That's kind of cool. where law and chaos are opposed and ether and physical are opposed.
Here goes.
Yeah. Elemental wheels are fun. It can be cool though to like learn the system, and like if you know that water beats fire and you run into an enemy that looks like it's on fire, you intuit that it's weak against water. But maybe that works in the SMT system as well. It could just be that that particular enemy is weak against water. It can feel rewarding to guess, oh, I bet this enemy's undead, I bet if I throw a phoenix down on it, it will die. Fire versus magic and lightning versus dark. And lightning is like tied to the sun god rather than fire. I guess kind of, like lightning is almost like holy magic in a way. So we got more douchebags out here who cast instant death magic, so we have to be kind of careful. No hard and fast rule. The closest I've seen is Final Fantasy XI outside of that whole ice beats wind thing. They did some classification, like I think they counted poison as being water elemental, which like, okay, I can buy that, that makes sense. Just thinking about it, I don't think I've ever seen an elemental wheel outside of video games, right? At least not in terms of there being, like, opposing elements. Kind of, sort of, with, like, the 4 classical Greek elements of antiquity, or, like, the Tibetan elements. I think it's space, water, fire. Earth isn't one of them. Water, fire, wind. Chinese with wood and metal. And then there's the alchemical version where all the elements are like bond to the 4 body humors. I think that fire is blood, earth is like yellow bile, wind is green bile or something like that.
That was easy.
Probably got those mixed up. Do a game where everything maps to the 4 humors. I like games like Final Fantasy X that just said, screw it, like, we're not gonna get too complicated with this. There's 4 elements, and they oppose each other. Go. 2 and 2, 2 and 2. We don't care that it doesn't necessarily make sense, it's simple. Oh my god, the random battle rate is so high out here, I actually don't know where I'm going to on the map either. Lambda burst isn't enough to take them all out, although it is if we do 2 rounds in a row. That seems to be the correct usage of our turns here. Lambda burst. Spirit charge, focus, focus. Oh, I can skip spirit charge. Well, that makes sense. Not focus, though. Yeah, right, Yukubo? Leaving Grazier on the Dreamcast. I was saying if they ever do a re-release of this game on Steam, I hope everybody agrees that when we do re-releases of older JRPGs that we'll add a fast-forward mechanic and we'll add a random encounter manipulation mechanic like in Bravely Default. 1.01 Lambda bursts, yeah. Yeah, like having separate elemental wheels. That can work.
Huh, that was easy.
Magic the Gathering kind of has an interesting approach to it, like, the elements aren't necessarily better than each other, but there is a linking between them. Like, there's elements that often go together, like blue and black, or red and white. Hey, Game Saucer, how's it going? Going well over here. Stonehenge type thing on the ground. Okay, thank you. I had no idea. Get that lambda burst though. Have him attack the Razorbeak. And they're defending often enough. Make this kind of rough. Yeah, I would like that for the world map, Ikupo. Oh yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good looking out, as you say.
That was easy.
Ah, right there. Thank you. Save it real quick. Yeah, I think the rate in dungeons has been fine so far. Because the problem with the world map is it's so much easier to get lost, right? Often dungeons are corridors. You're already like trying to look for something sort of hidden. Let's use that. Yeah, that's the ticket. Good Sardis. Wait, I have 9 of these? When did that happen? Why did that happen that way? That's super weird. I feel like those are all the ones that I've found so far. Huh. That's bizarre. I think it should be on Cupid's sword, that sounds correct. Oh, what was the first thing that I used? Oh. Why would you want to reset it? Huh. It seems like it's just like a static thing that you upgrade, right? Make Fina slightly weaker. Unless if there's something where you have to turn in jams later on. The Maw of Tartas. Oh, really? Based on, like, what she's has equipped or something? Hey! Grunt enemies with headgear that prevent them from being able to see. Let's murder these dudes. Oh, I see. Am I gonna get another one of those choms later on? I could load my save if it's important to hold on to them, but if I'm gonna get at least one more of them, then I'm not too worried about it. They have some voice acting for cutscenes, Tasuki. It's sort of like the Fire Emblem approach to voice acting, where occasionally they'll open a line of dialogue with some bit of voicing. It'll be like, hooray! And then the text will be like, we were victorious! Good job, everyone! Alright, let's get to murdering. The weak one. Yeah. Full voice acting is pretty crazy. It's really a significant component of modern game development costs, and it's really not necessary. I feel like as a consumer base, we as gamers shouldn't be so expecting of voice acting in our games since it costs so much. It limits a little bit what they can do too. I was reading something about how like The Witcher 3 has just an obscene amount of voice lines, and it took them like 2 years to record all of it. I'm sure that The Witcher 3 benefits from that, but yeah. I remember being mad when I found out that Final Fantasy X wasn't have voice acting. It's stupid in retrospect, but Kid Marstead was like, "What? You know, I have a voice for them in my head. I don't want them to add a new one." No, it's a trap. Noddy. Giant arc whale. Oh my god. I don't know what an arc whale is, but that's that's a cool noun. Chill out there, Rhaknam. Yeah, very Ikipo. That's not how I pictured the character. Sometimes that's helpful. I think that, like, even though I had read most of Song of Ice and Fire before watching the show and had an idea of what a lot of the characters look like in my head, it was helpful to then watch the show when they introduced those characters. Like, okay, now I have something to think of. With the exception of Asha, I completely pictured Asha differently in the books than the way they did her in the show. That happy little sound effect means my swashbuckler rating went up. It's a way of getting you to pick the right options in the story without doing the classic, do you want to save the world? No. Are you sure? No. Are you sure? No. Are you sure? No. Okay, fine, I want to save the world. Here's the BB thing. Shut up, Vyse. It's near. Alright. Well, there's another reset. Okay, I won't use that one then. Yara. Yeah, no, I can hear that, Propagable. If you start with 10, no voice acting going back. I guess some of them you can get voice acting, though. Like if you go to FF3DS or FF4DS. I haven't heard any of that, so I'm excited to hear it. There's definitely a place in my heart for the original Final Fantasy IV like graphics, so I'll be a little disappointed losing that when we play FF4 on stream. But I would like to see the new version since I haven't before. Where is this thing that's beeping? You hear it? I'm wondering why I'm running in circles, trying to find this secret. 12 was your first Final Fantasy? Interesting. 12 was a pretty good game. It's one that I played when it came out and haven't played since. There's a lot of resellers here. Oh, did 3 not have it? I could have sworn it did. Maybe I'm making that up. It's always a thick fog around the ship. Drop an anchor. Aye, aye, Drachma. We can call you Captain, that's okay. I don't remember, have we gotten little bits of, like, narrative monologue from Vyse in the past? Or is that the first time that that's happened? If you like 12, you should play Final Fantasy Tactics. It's set in the same universe, kind of. Ivalice. Really, it's more set in the same universe as Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Same kind of like political drama. Trying to get your revenge over here, Drachma? Captain. Indeed it is. Down? You had a son? What? A sailor, his name was Jack. He was a small boy who liked boats. Oh, that's the name of the boat that we're on, Little Jack. Oh, yikes. There's a fishing boat would try to fight anybody. Aw. He got Icarus'd. Okay, well I'm on board the whole revenge plot then if it's to avenge his son. It is fairly unusual to have an older party member who lost a kid. I'm trying to think of another game where that's been a thing. It's unusual enough to have like an adventurer in your party who has kids that aren't also in your party, right? Did we determine is Strago actually Realm's grandfather, or he's like protective as though he were a grandfather? Because Realm's dad is Shadow, right? I don't know if the Mawson woman that Shadow got with is Strago's daughter. Thought he was somewhere, right? Maybe, like, because there's a boss fight, there's not going to be random battles. That was incorrect. False. Do we know where the boss fight is out here? I thought it would just be in front of me. Ow. Scorpions. Main character of Lost Odyssey has a bunch of kids and grandkids, or that's like part of the point of the story of that game. East from Stonehenge. Yeah, right, you can put. Oh, was it down in that little valley? I wasn't sure, I didn't see anything back there. Get him, Rhaknam. You think you're gonna get an old character, even in like Final Fantasy VII, right? You recruit Red 13, you find out how old he is, blows your mind, and it's like actually he's really just a teenager. Shit, other goddamn teenager. Oh yeah, that's super weird. But they wouldn't just like make it happen immediately. Cut this furious thing, why not? Kill the other ones conventionally. Whoa!
Here goes.
Aika's not looking too hot. Give you a chance to heal, that makes sense. I had other games will do something like that, like you're about to get into a fight. Do you want to heal? And then it lets you pull up the menu. You can dork around in the menu for a little bit and then the fight actually starts, right? One hit point. Yeah. I think I like the menu pop-up thing. It's a little more jarring, I guess. Let's just have her heal herself. I'll have to remember to do that before we travel much further forward. Cutlass Fury dough.
Let's try this. Let's try this.
Thanks, Fina. Ow. I'm curious if this is end up being a ship battle or a boss fight or both. I can see them handling it both ways.
That was fun.
All three ways, I should say. I'm definitely like town starved at the moment. We'll get some upgrades. Got a ways to go. It looks like, and it makes sense, Fina's from the Silver Nation, so she learns stuff faster, but she gets it way faster than everybody else. Yeah, I'll use the crystals. We've got like 84 of them. It's fine. Sucks to be out in Valua, no kidding. Alright, I thought I was going the wrong way for a second. Oh, east, not north. Oh, this was the suspicious looking thing we had to fly to. It's cool, we'll get there. Have patience. Have patience. Don't be in such a hurry. Okay. All lightning attacks are line attacks. Ever since I got Lambda Burst, magic has kind of fallen into disfavor for me. It's such a nice ability to open combat with. I can do it in every single random battle. Maybe once I get a little bit more SP so I can Lambda Burst and cast something else. Could have him Cutlass Fury, I think. Razor Beak. Kill the Scorpion, you can chill, and then you can try to hit the Razor Beak as well. In case it yet lives after Cutlass Fury. And it did not.
We did it!
Look how happy she is. That's gonna take a while. Aika might get it. Does she already have Attorney? If she doesn't, then that's a problem. She does. Okay, cool. Well, might be once she gets Ryzelem, I might stop leveling Silver, but we'll see. It's such a valuable thing for everyone to have. Get into this valley, right? Because you can hear a sound gets louder and louder as you travel. Is it further east of me, or is it south of where I am right now, having traveled down that little valley east of Stonehenge? Come on, big money.
Fire consume my enemies! Lambda burst!
Just to the right of me? Okay, thank you. I was hitting start that time, but I was also hitting the A button. So I think it overwrote the start and made me skip the animation. Way to miss, Vyse, jeez. Sucking it up. There we go. Awesome retro. I'll get you access to the spreadsheet. So it should be probably the second week of June. Ooh, Moonberry. Oh my god, I get so many of those. I feel like I don't deserve them. Alright, we have one, so no one can learn anything just yet. Should probably save. I can remember the button to press. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there's nothing to see. Just fly behind that mountain. Hey Mike, how you doing? Happy Thursday. Oh shit, it's a freaky whale. Got Mayhab over here. Mobius Dick. I'm pretty sure that the entire, like, fourth dimensional space whale episode of Futurama was made just so they can make the Mobius Dick joke. Oh, really? I see. Zoidberg was popular? Zoidberg had hair? Vyse face. I didn't say he had hair. You chose to imagine him that way, that's on you. Everything is fine, says Fina. Someone should score the Vyse face command. There it is. Bomb. Really? Okay, I think this is a little petty. Do you really need to be the one that kills the space whale? Yeah, Zoidberg had friends? It was a different time. Some of that stuff from the final season is actually pretty good. No, we'll just go ahead and focus. We're doing great on hit points so far. Assuming this ship doesn't do like 14,000 damage in one round, we should be okay. We really like going into these with just lots of SP to play with. Okay, well, its regular attack does more damage than getting punched in the side by Grendel. Futurama. It definitely kind of lost its focus, I think, after it got revived. It ended up being a lot more focus on current events, which is what The Simpsons does. Not every episode, but quite a few of them. There's like an iPhone episode, and there's like one that, I think it's actually the same episode that makes fun of Susan Boyle. I feel like they've got a lot more room to do whatever they want with Futurama. They don't have to rely on current events as source material. But I don't think there's an episode of Futurama I don't like. Yeah, they're trying to bring it back again, but who knows. I guess Matt Groening has been approved for some kind of Netflix series. We know it's going to be a cartoon. We don't know what it's going to be. If they're just basing it off of my Netflix viewing habits, it's probably Futurama. We should do something this turn. Probably cast Incurm. And probably defend and heal for some other people. Next turn seems like the turn to do damage. Hey, get the turkey. How you doing? Been a while. New original show could be fun. They were talking about doing a Scary Door show. Scary Door is the Twilight Zone parody that's in Futurama. Futurama. Yeah. The Billy West, voice of Fry, Zoidberg and Professor, Katie Sagal, voice of Leela, and John DiMaggio, voice of Bender and others. They've gotten together and they basically said that they would be willing to do Futurama until they die. They just love working on the show and working together. So maybe they'll do a new show that has all three of them anyway. There was an episode of Adventure Time recently where I think John DiMaggio got Billy West on board. Because he's on the episode and he does the Zap Brannigan voice, he does the Fry voice, the Professor voice. He doesn't do Zoidberg. But it's very conspicuous. But aggressively in closing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Big hits. Big hits. I'll probably have her heal on the final turn. See how much the G cannon does here. Harpoon cannon. Lap 3. Welcome to your doom. 22,000 damage. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot of thousands. Straight shot at Rhaknam. What's the joke from that future episode? I thought whales just died when you harpooned them. Ramirez. Great. This is gonna go well. Oh man, consumed by hubris and desire for vengeance. We're all gonna die. Good they did this through cutscene and not be a loose, guaranteed lost ship battle. It's like Barrett getting all pissed. Whee! Last chance to explore Little Jack. Bye, Little Jack. Sorry your owner was a dumbass. Getting on them lifeboats. I'll never let go, Drachma. Let's go immediately. Great timing for flavor text from Vyse. I actually grown to like this hammock. I guess I'll never sleep in it again. Were we able to see these lifeboats earlier in the game? I didn't catch them. Man. We're gonna go down with the ship, or are we gonna get a Galef Celis situation here?
Get moving.
Vyse O-Face. Most intense one yet. Better not have lost out on all of his XP. Is this going to be an Eris moment? Galef moment. Or it could be we don't see him die on screen, so he's totally still alive. Who fires at lifeboats? Who does that? Why you gotta be so rude? Yeah, I can see that, Tatsuki. Wonder if they're ever gonna do another F-Zero game. You can see Captain Falcon Adventures. Know him more from Smash Brothers. Loco. Cartoon villains. And they just need to have twirl their mustaches. Yep, it's my first time playing through Skies of Arcadia. I didn't have a Dreamcast as a kid. I did have a GameCube though, and this one just didn't cross my desk. I remember like seeing it in stores, but I never rented it or picked it up. Where am I? Aika, Fina, and Drachma have left the party. What? Oh, cool. Got all Robinson Crusoe up in this bitch. Alright, just for funsies, I haven't looked at gear in a while. I'm just curious if anything new has dropped. Combat mail. Holy shit, though. The difference in defense is staggering for the fairly mild increase in damage. We got this forever ago, and I kept talking about how I was definitely going to equip it, and then I haven't equipped it. Why do I have the warrior rune? Because it increases every stat by a shit ton. Okay. Ooh, protects against death. I might need to throw that on Fina when we get her back. Okay. We'll probably find somebody to throw the ring onto. Drachma's totally still alive, though. We didn't see him die. It's someone can find the TV trope article about, I think it's like falling off a cliff or something, where not only does falling off a cliff probably mean you're not dead, it likely means that you're going to end up in better condition than when you fell. Yeah, protects against death. That's useful. Yeah, there you go. And when someone says that, that's basically a guarantee that they lived. No one could have survived that fall. Hold on, let me look at it again, Spiky. So it says golden armor defense is 90, right? And Nasser combat mail defense is 66. So it's a difference of like 24 defense for +5 attack. That seems pretty significant. I see what you're saying though, that it looks like when it's hovering over golden armor, what that's saying is if you were to unequip it, your defense would go down to 114. Right. So it looks huge. Yeah, I think I did make that mistake earlier for items. I was looking at the comparison wrong. Alright, another Moonberry. I think that Vyse needs 3 though. Oh, wait. Lightning rains down on all enemies for 14 SP. Well, I feel like I should take it to learn the next thing, but I'm gonna get my other party members back and see what they got. Someone used to live here. Okay, this is the end location. Ton of gold, chest that I can't reach. Those berries are really big. You have no idea, Yukupo. They're like the size of your head. Moonberry is the kind of thing that you just don't really question. Like, what is a moonberry? Are there trees on the moon? Alright, this is boring boss fight arena room. Guess there must be something else to find here before we can rest. Oh, really? I was gonna ask about that. So if you just like leave the game up over the night, you can open up a chest that has a ton of gold in it. It's funny. Hey, look at that. I wasn't expecting to be able to do that. This is where they wanted me to go to start with. and then go in the cute cave. Actually, the floating island system in this game is a cool solution to the problem of how do you handle like edges of the map. Every game does it differently. That's an emergent solution from Silent Hill as well, where the draw distance was really shitty in the original Silent Hill, so they just put a bunch of fog in the game. And unlike Superman 64, the fog in Silent Hill ended up being really cool, and they kept it in later games even though they didn't need it for draw distance reasons anymore, because it's spooky. Oh, how much they've expected you to sunk into the game by that point? Interesting. They just got like 1800, right? Okay. So we're a little ahead of schedule. That's cool. It's weird, but it's cool. It's a spooky skeleton. Gonzalez is Valuin. Yeah, it's island. Map of a different island. Interesting. Buried him off screen. Or, I guess he didn't. Okay. Alright. Gonzalez. Really understood the whole burial thing, like... I don't know if anyone in chat has particular reverence for corpses, but to me it's like once you're dead, there's nothing in the body. It's really just a vessel. Who really cares what happens to it? Throw me in a ditch, like, do the thing that's the least inconvenient and the least expensive for living people. Don't make me to science, there we go. Yeah, right. Let's put all of our effort into digging this guy's grave. You got better, though? Got better. Where the hell are they? Not so sure about Drachma. I mean, I am sure about Drachma, but I think the characters in the universe probably shouldn't be. What's up? Look how happy Aika is. Hopefully she doesn't, like, secretly eat people or something. This doesn't seem like that kind of game. Yeah, right, Gabe Saucer. I thought so, Lady Pirate. Clara of the Blue Rogues. Pleased to meet you. You got like a twitch there in your eye. Nasrad in a few moments. Pirate matriarchy. It's a Greek word for pirate, the Latin word for pirate. What would you call the study of pirates? I guess it's probably just piratology. It's boring. I can hear that, though, Suki. She's got the same hairstyle. Andrea hates that hairstyle. She gives Eris shit for it all the time. Eris and her stupid bangs. I kind of liked Aika with the straightened hair. God. Sure. Well, good for them. They're doing alright. Everything's fine, everything's good. Nicest stalker I've ever met. Yeah. Clara's purse. I see, was it Yukapo? You said this is a part of the game you really like. This is cool. I don't like split the party events in, like, Dungeons and Dragons, but they can be fun in, okay, there's 5,000. Got it. So they don't actually give us real gold to spend, I see. It's gonna get used in a cutscene. I like it in video games. Yeah, we're right, Retro Rocket. It's not really mentioned much in the series. Hey, thank you for the follow, Gamer Bird. Hope your Thursday or Friday is treating you well. Cute picture on the box. Oh man, now Aika gets to provide some of the cool flavor text. Lots of lumber. Box full of candy. Wait, so did the captain, like, raid candy? Or did he, like, use the proceeds from raiding to go somewhere and legally purchase candy? Oh, yeah. Both handled really, really well. I really like the whole swap parties with the button press mechanic. It made you much more interested in leveling up all the characters in FF6's ensemble cast. I still end up investing in just 4 of them, mostly, but... I think that Kefka's Tower is probably my favorite final dungeon in any RPG. Mostly for that reason. Biggest kill I've ever seen. Bitter melon. He flicked them off his plate. I guess he must have had like a small slice. Picture Vyse like taking a fork and knocking a whole melon. Vyse has different flavor text for everything if you press him? Really? That's crazy. Yeah. Although that has its own issues from because it makes sense from a narrative perspective, but I think I mentioned earlier that it also means that you're almost never playing as Dagger and Steiner, right? Especially not Steiner. By the time Steiner's like permanently in your party, you probably used him for maybe 2 hours at most, so you haven't had a lot of time to level him up or invest in him. But that's kind of what you have to deal with if you have a game where the characters are split up like that for most of it. Steiner's the one that comes to mind at least. I think Freya's out of your party for a good chunk of the game too. Yeah, no, it's nice. It is. Otherwise you just pick whichever ones you like the best and you never get to try the other ones. Right. Exactly. Yeah, I almost never played with Sid in Final Fantasy VII until I played it on Twitch, just because you get him so late in the game compared to all the other characters. Cool little painted background there. Nice. Cool cinematography for the camera when you first walk into this area. This guy looks really cool. He's got like a sleepy hat and some kick-ass goggles that he probably shouldn't be able to see out of. We're good. Thank you for starting the tab, though. Steiner is the knight character from Final Fantasy IX. He's kind of goofy. His theme is like very much like the what you'd imagine if there was a comedy movie with a bumbling fat man, a guy in a tuba following him around. the Fat Chocobo theme. Probably can't buy any stuff here, I'm just curious. Yeah. Steiner's a cool character. 9, almost every character has an arc. And I have to kind of backtrack through and think, is that unusual? Sakaguchi's pretty good about having arcs for most of the characters in most of the games, the ones that matter. Like, Quina doesn't really have an arc, but she doesn't really matter. A door that's actually locked? That's bizarre. I think you got it on the nose there. You go.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Go check. What's up, dude? Cool hat. You and your friend escorted me to the Nasrad border. Oh yeah, this guy. It's not really an eye patch so much as it is a mono goggle. Eric Chan. Alright, so for me to figure out how I want to level up Cupel, I would probably just like look up a guide to find out what the optimal cham is. What should I do? Like, do I need to reset it to a certain level and then use that at a certain level? This guy talks by wagging his mustache rather than moving his mouth. That's pretty great. There isn't an optimal Cupel? What's the difference between the different evolution paths? Like, they don't... It just affects what happens when she physically attacks, right? So they're probably all garbage. Oh, okay. That's weird. What are the different forms I can pick from? Maybe I can choose just based on aesthetics then. It's all non-alcoholic though, right? Taste of the desert, kale or liquid. Cool sign. Nothing bizarre. Top quality mutton, flame roasted for crispy outside and juicy inside. You will surely come back. I don't think I've ever had mutton. I've had lamb. It's funny because it's such a like stock like fantasy food stuff. You almost know you're reading a fantasy story if someone talks about eating mutton. Ah, thank you, Spiky. Good looking out. As a gift. Fantastic. Blade. Spike. Oh, I see. Yeah, that seems... I wonder if they had a different plan in mind. You know? I might just do this spike one. Just skips Cutlass, I guess. Huh. Cannon, club, lance. There's no way to get there faster, is there? Like, is there a way to take that path that gets you to final sooner, or is it that happens no matter what, based on the number of chams you find? I think it's the latter. Fresh fruit. Complaining about dirty, damaged rugs. Hey, it's a chest. Cool. Save that for, oh, they actually tell you what used to be in the chest? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. That's cool. Save that to use on Vyse. I guess if we find something that increases HP, I might use it on Fina instead. Ah, I see. I guess this chart tells you how many you have to feed them. Right? So, in other words, you would want to jump to the next step in the chart right after they evolve to take the most advantage of it. But it's always +4 after Cone until Claymore, and then it's +6. So you can't use one of them to go from Claymore to Final. Yeah, if you save up your points, you can play them that way too. There's only a few folks that are like actually trying to get me to beat a game via sub-block, and that's usually games that are extremely short, like Thomas Was Alone, or like the Beginner's Guide, and Tag Power Paint. File's an exception. Okay, so if you're going to use it, you should use it to get +4, I guess. I'm actually not at all sure where to go. We'll try this observation tower. Huh, I've never really associated, like, observatories with finger painting, but okay. It's an interesting way of doing an observation tower, taking advantage of the way that buildings work in this game. Make something like this? That's a good question, Mega Man. Find that Meteor, you'll find Dr. Wowie. Stay at the end when you want to progress? Okay. I should have guessed that, right? She described it as a free stay at the end. That usually means story progress. Thank you. I think I've found what I need to find. There's a sign say. Good to read the sign, sad face. Lying over here about the purse with 5,000 gold. Maybe we'll need it for something else later, though. Yeah. That's a problem, Retro. I don't know how to solve that. I guess Steam has tried to take steps where now they separate like the overall review status for a game with like the reviews that it's received recently. Because hype can have a really negative effect on games, and like bugs that are present at launch. Sometimes people go way out of control, and will rate a game like a 1 out of 10 when it doesn't deserve that just because they're, you know, following an internet trend. Yeah, new games at 60 is pretty tough. Andrea really wanted to play Rise of the Tomb Raider rather than wait for it to go on sale, so she paid 60 for it. She's been enjoying it though. Those new Tomb Raider games are tits, man. They're like Metroidvanias. They're really, really well done. Cool story. They look gorgeous. The gameplay is like spot on. Lots of really good conveyance too. Very, very clever. We're back at Vyse, or are we Drachma? Vyse it is. They've really salvaged the brand too. Like, they've moved as far away as possible from Lara Croft being like a sex object. That is not at all the focus of either game. It's good, Yukupo. I think you'll like it. The thing I like best about it, just mechanically, is that they split out salvage into different kinds of items that you collect. So you get like wood and feathers and animal skins and all those things, and different things that you craft require different ingredients. So instead of it just all being this big salvage number, it's catch-all. You feel excited sometimes. You're like, ooh, there's some cloth. I need cloth. It might go on sale for the summer sale. I'd say $30 is probably worth. Rise of the Tomb Raider's definitely worth 30. Maybe even 40. 60. It's about as long as the first one. Longer if you choose to 100% it. 60 is a bit much. Oh. Now there's random battles on this island. Shit. He has. Oh, well, thank God it's just one enemy. He has all of 2 spirit points too.
That was easy.
You're easy, Vyse. His magic XP is gonna go at a different rate. Grabber meat. Oh, so maybe it was a kind of scripted fight. Okay. Yeah, no, I totally hear you. Trying to think of a recently released game that I would spend $60 on without hesitation. Maybe like the new Zelda game. I'd pay $60 for Zelda Wii U. I see. They're only like pseudo-random then, probably. Dark Souls 3, yeah. Yeah, it might end up working out that I'll get Dark Souls 3 on sale, just because we'll be going through it pretty slowly. You saw my Demon Souls session this week. I killed exactly 1 boss. Made a lot of like level progress though, so I don't think it was all a wash.
Moons, give me strength.
I get Kingdom Hearts 3. I'll probably get Final Fantasy 15. I don't know if we'll do a launch stream mode. The demo didn't get me all that excited for it, actually. It looks cool. I'll probably really like it. I think he starts with Pyre, so you wouldn't have to fight those guys slow mode. I'm guessing they're not actually random battles. They trigger at certain points on the map. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some more non-indie developers like price their stuff more carefully based on the length of the game instead of just having a basic new release price for... The major split for consoles right now is whether it's handheld or not, right? Handheld is 30 regardless of the length of the game. I think they just take for granted they can sell it for 60 and people will buy it. I'm okay with it for PC, like, since everything goes on sale eventually, and to the point where most games you pick up for $5 if you're just willing to wait a couple years. Like, please sell it for 60 so that the people who are really hardcore fans can support the developer. That's fine by my point of view. Because there's only a few new release games where it really feels like that's a ripoff.
That was easy.
Just like keep making them really, really long just for value, or charge better based on how long they are. Try going back into my little room rather than get a bunch of these grabber meats. Show my inventory, right? they really make separate inventories for them? Get out of town. That's really surprising. I was going to say I'll just use that seed that I got. But I think that they technically gave a different inventory to Fina and Aika. That's super unusual. It's difficult to do that. Ooh, you raise a really good point, Game Saucer. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. Padding is bad. I can't stand it in games. I just
That was easy.
want it to get cut. There's some of that in Skyward Sword, which is a really good game. Point sale. $18.27. Yeah. Oh, you mean if they were to like make RPGs more expensive based on the number of hours that they were? I don't know, I think $60 is a good cap for anything that's not like a subscription model game. Trying to think of what game that I would be willing to pay like $100 for. Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly changed for me, Sky. When I was a kid, I was all about RPGs because I had so few games in the first place. So the ones that I had or rented, I really wanted to have as much playtime out of them as possible. Oh, check the diary. Thank you, Dark Knights. I wasn't sure if I had to keep fighting these scrappers forever.
Yeah.
So a noted exception to the general rule of no backseating or giving hints that I don't ask for is if
That
I
wasn't so bad.
incorrectly declare an understanding of a mechanic, like, oh, I guess I don't have to do anything in this room, and then I leave. Or I think I was in, maybe someone can correct me, I was playing Demon Souls recently, I was fighting the armor spider, and I thought that if I walked into one of the corners where the webs were, that would inflict me with a webbed, like, slow effect. But after thinking about it, I think what actually was happening is I was going in that corner and I was really close to her, so she was hitting me with her web attack, and that's what was slowing me. Now, the environmental webs didn't do shit, and I just got confused. Is that the case? Read the diary. 20 years, jeez. Okay. Nothing new from it then. 15 grapper meats? Okay, thank you, Spiky. Oh, they do slow you? Okay, thank God. But if I had been wrong about that, you know, don't hesitate to tell me, no, what you just said is wrong. You misunderstood that mechanic. Because I'll continue on the assumption that I'm right and waste a lot of time. Stop being hazards after the fight. Okay. I should have cast Pyre. That's okay. We get some lucky counterattacks here. Steel Battalion comes with a giant controller though, right? I guess Rock Band, yeah, because you're getting a lot of hardware for the money. Vyse so smug over here. So I was originally right in assuming that the web slowed me down. Then I was asking for a correction, assuming that I was wrong. So Serp was correcting a correction for a correction. Oh, cool. I think I threw out my DK bongos. For whatever reason, when the Donkey Konga game came out. I was like, you know what? I'm single. I've got all this expendable income from my job as a supervisor. I'm going to invest them in 4 DK bongos. I think I played it with other people exactly once. Every time we would move, I'd look at those bongos and be like, oh my god, these controllers take up so much space. No, I'll keep them. I think our last move, I finally threw them out. Watch, like, in 10 years on eBay, the bongo controllers are going to go for like thousands of dollars or something stupid. A ship passes by. All you do is light it and they'll probably see it. Oh man, skipping time. Big yawn. Gilligan's Island over here. Does anyone know what I saw a recent Reddit post that was talking about doing like a modern day Gilligan's Island reboot? I'm trying to remember what it was. It was more than that. It wasn't just let's just remake the show. It was actually kind of clever. They were linking it to something else. Yeah, I've got family members that are hoarders, so I'm kind of like, I really don't like having things. I don't like throwing out video games. I don't like throwing out stuff that I'll potentially play with in the future. But I don't like stuff. Like, I don't like knickknacks. You know, if you have something like a little statue or a little action figure, like, that's the kind of thing that when I move, I get a bit of enjoyment out of getting rid of it, since it's just something that sits on a shelf and takes up space. If the bongos, like, folded down so that they took up as much space as, like, a game case, I probably would have kept them. Two more. This is a cute little sequence. Where's the last one? And look at that, no more random battles. Beautiful. Aha! Calling it quits. Yeah, because a lot of those, especially like SNES games, the price is just soaring. Yeah. I probably would feel a little similar if I didn't grow up in like the hoarding culture and like wanting to get away from that as much as possible. Fix the lifeboat. I never throw stuff away in RPGs. In video games, I get to let my inner hoarder shine. Never throw stuff away, I never use my consumable items. I definitely feel that like attachment anxiety when I go to throw stuff out. It's usually only when we move. Whenever I move somewhere, I try to look at each object and think, do I really need this? And it hurts, but once it goes into the trash, I feel better about it. Tell this RPG by the font. Hey, Retro Rockets, friend. Let's go. Oh god, yeah, $30 for Chrono Trigger. It's pretty good. Alright, later, have fun. Told you guys this story about when we went to a, there's like a retro game store in, I guess it wasn't so retro at the time, I think it was in the era of the end of the PS1, PS2 just came out. We were like looking at the back of the store, talking about Final Fantasy VI and their copy. It was like $40 or something. Dude comes from behind. He's like, heard you guys said you like RPGs, and he like produces a Chrono Trigger cart from behind him, like, you know, a dude on the street with one of those jackets, trench coats that's full of like fake Rolex watches. How about Chrono Trigger? Oh my god. Selling heroin to an addict over here. Hey, Ben. He just came up and rubbed against my leg, so I went down to pet him and he made the "don't fucking touch me" face. Why would you pet me? Who does that? Oh, he did make a grave for Gonzalez. What a nice guy. He just left the room. I'll keep it pointed though in case he comes back. He is a kitty. He's so soft and furry. Oh, so I didn't tell you guys the resolution to the Moriarty cat that I found. I went out to go do laundry a couple days ago, and there was this all-black cat that was like meowing and crying right outside of the entrance to our apartment. He was lost. So Andrea had seen him too, and she left for work. We took him in to try to find his owner. He got out once, and Ben and Marty tried to murder him. It was awful. They were like chasing him, flanking him, attacking him. Super scary. I managed to get them separated though. Ended up finding their owner was exactly one floor above us. The same like appearance to our apartment. So I think he was meowing outside of our apartment because he got confused and was on the wrong floor. But I was like, kind of hard for me to say that Ben and Marty are good kitties now because they tried to murder this poor little lost kitty. It's like, what if you guys got lost and someone took you in and their kitties tried to kill you? You wouldn't be very appreciative. Hey people, thanks for the host. Alright, there's one more of these little gems somewhere, and I'll check here again. Alright. Vyse is like the king of optimism. Guy who's here for 20 years, didn't collect the moonstones. Maybe he's been dead for a long time. Yeah, maybe. My old roommate, Phil, back in the day, he had this cat, Digit, that was afraid of shadows. Like, no shit, he would attack them, including his own shadow. And it was hilarious, and everyone would see him do this. They'd, like, put their hand on the wall, and there'd be a little shadow, and Digit would go crazy and fight it, and I would joke that, like, you guys are laughing at him, but, you know, in the shadow realm, Digit is like this, you know, fiery lion with, like, this burning mane. And he's like battling these shadow demons that are trying to work their way into our world. And from our perspective, he just looks really silly. So I just pictured in my head, like, you know, everyone's in a room laughing, watching him, and it cuts, and he's like all intense. Must defend them. Poor Vyse has been on this island for so long. Which ones did you sell, sir? Thank you, Yahan. I wish I could draw. I have this like perfect image in my head of what like Shadow Realm Digit looks like. It's like bipedal like lion with a fire mane destroying the shadow beasts. Cut to everyone in the room laughing at this cat running around chasing them like a laser pointer. Lufia 2 is the only one that I would cringe over parting with. I haven't actually heard of Robot Retrospective Fame. Was that to Sir Cucumber that you sold them, sir? I don't know if he was actually afraid of shadows or if he just, like, it was like cats with laser pointers. Well, cats aren't afraid of laser pointers, right? They just attack them because it's fun. Right, Yukupo? That could be a pretty funny video game. You swap between the realms. You're just a normal shitty house cat in the real world. Ooh, yeah, I would dread Chrono Trigger the most. Mega Man X2, less so. Really? I had never heard of it before. Hmm. The ship is repaired, except for the cup holder. That'll take 10 hours to fix. Like the Futurama episode where the professor builds a ship in like 90 minutes and then it takes him like all night to make a slingshot. I guess they do imply that lots of time has been passing and Vyse has been working on this thing. A ship? You saw that from his first person mono goggle. Good job, dude. SOS. Hopefully it's not a bunch of bad guys. They don't look super friendly from their flag. Pretty metal looking. Maybe they're like friendly metal dudes though. I kinda want a mono goggle. Vyse seems like he'd be a fun character to dress up as. It's a very distinct costume. Really bright colors, got those stupid like bared shoulder things. Who's this dude? Captain Glider? Or Gilder, excuse me. Bill Stexic. The boy's stranded in a desert island, so he's been there for 2 weeks. Probably an air pirate. He's about 17. Still a baby. Oh baby, oh baby. Thanks, Willie. What's Peter Parrot's first rule of captaining? Always obey the chain of command, sir. Okay, womanizer. Good. Hockey and Rocky. Whoa. Okay, that wasn't what I was picturing in my head when you just described it. I love the visual style of that game. This dude. Okay, they're like glasses. I thought he had like football like smears under his eyes. Ship's name is Claudia, and this beast on my shoulder is Willie. You are a blue pirate, right? A blue rogue? Hard to tell from those sails. Oh, he believes me. I thought he wasn't for a second. Oh God. Okay, well at least there was an actual point to the simile. The romantic crapper, just like women are like insert noun, but I'm not going to explain why I said that at all. I don't think that's a good motto, but I was concerned that that was going to be the swashbuckler option. Looks like neither of them mattered. My two favorite things are commitment and changing myself. Does that dummy have a brother? Gilder joined my party? Holy shit. Maybe he is going to be replacement Drachma. We'll see what his deal is. We get his ship and everything? Oh, that's cool. Dude, I thought that we had our party. Right on. Gilder's own. Okay, it's regular gun. Gun. His armor is pretty tits. What's an amulet do? Proves a lot of things. I'm worried. I assume he's gonna be a permanent party member. I guess we'll see. Is there space for 5? Yeah, that seems like a reasonable guess, Leon. They seem destined for each other. Okay. This is our little island that we got stuck on. Oh, he has S moves? I guess I got the moonberries, I can see what they are. Let's loose 2 handguns at the same time, damaging all enemies in a straight line for 9 SP as the first move. Because he only gets 3 of them. That makes me wonder if he's actually a permanent character. Alright, let me phrase this in a way that protects me from spoilers. Is it worth giving any moonberries to Gilder? Like, and maybe the answer that I shouldn't give moonberries to Gilder is that his abilities suck, if the answer is no. Let's try casting some magics.
Moons, give me strength.
Basically cut this Fury in a line that's slightly more expensive. Okay. I guess I have been getting plenty of them from random battles just due to crazy luck, so... It's pretty hard too. I guess I didn't notice about Rhaknam.
I wish they were all that easy.
Smug victory chant. It'll be a while before we're able to cast it though. Where are we on the map? Oh god, totally new area. Maw of Tartas, Nasrad. Let's try going to Nasrad. I know that's where Aika and Fina are. Well, Vyse doesn't know that. Alright, that's a more reasonable enemy count. Try using his S move next round. I do really like the music in this game. Powerpuff Girls drum beat. The regular battle music. Still short, man. So we need to get one more spirit point or get some more allies. Should have him target the other guy. We'll get lucky with this critical hit, or we'll get a... Yeah, it's a ticket. No counterattack, but that's fine.
Is it over already?
Oh, really, Dark? Interesting. Yeah, they also, it sounds like they censored the bar serving alcohol. They just call it juice in this one. The milk bar on Earthbound. Pink ship.
Whoa.
Oh no. Already confirmed, Leon. That was fast. I guess they planted it for that reason. This is meant to keep us from going to Nasir. Both of those seem kind of silly. I mean, were they going for an everyone rating or something? I guess they did that with Sid in Kingdom Hearts, right? Instead of having a cigarette, he has like a grain of a stalk of wheat or something in his teeth. Ready to change it to a coffee bar? Oh, it's rated T, then why did they bother? That's weird. I could totally see them doing that if this was like a SNES era RPG, all kinds of little bits of censorship like that. Operation Clara, you know the routine. I want those guys to join my party. Pretty cool looking character models. Works every time. Clutch dodge. At least they're directly sending me to the end.
See ya.
His voice clips sound a little bit more crisp than the other characters. Maybe I'm just hearing something that's not really there. Alright, hour 16. So I would hazard that we're about 33% through the game, just given the number of elemental crystals we've collected. Does that sound like a fair estimate? I know that like knowing the game length can sometimes be a spoiler, but it's helpful for scheduling reasons to have an idea. This is the end, right? Aika, Fina, wake up. You've been here for 2 weeks too, right? Means a tab works out to probably almost exactly 5,000. Like a woman is staying in this room. Just open the goddamn door. Less than half, okay, cool. So maybe like 2/5, 40%. Point 3, repeating of course. Oh my god, we just barely miss each other. Oh, they got jobs. Right on, that's surprising. They try to, like, get out of Dodge and do something else. Yeah, a lot of the games like this from this era, I bet if I go upstairs and knock on the door, there's a guy in here. Funny, the voice sounds familiar. Ugh. I don't really remember much of Wild Arms, for example. I remember the world map theme and a couple key boss battles and events. Of all the times where that habit would be helpful. We found the restaurant earlier. Is that it? The long search is over. Yo. There's only a few games that it's been a long time since I've played but are seared into my memory. Earthbound is one, Chrono Trigger, and Final Fantasy VI. Receive your wages. Oh, okay, so they are trying to buy a ship. Oh, Gilder. Yeah, right. Oh, it's it's like the rom-com plot, or there's just the basic misunderstanding that they could resolve if they talked for 10 seconds. It's dramatic irony, right? And the audience knows something that the characters don't. I think that works best in horror. I don't know if I like it so much in this sort of setting. Buying underwear at the weapons shop seems reasonable. reason to buy a ship? How are we going to settle our tab? Get you all taken care of by props, buddy. Yeah. I think it's the worst in a game where you technically have control over it, but the characters are just shaking their head, nope. Oh, is it the rest of Gonzalez's map? Pedro and Gonzalez. Daccat's map? Metal Gear? This great air pilot named Daccat terrorized the world. This map should be for Elves' treasure. Half of it is missing. Oh my god, I had a piece of that map.
Nuclear weapon.
Blitzball.
Awaken the crystals.
Sailors.
Landi. The language of Chinese.
Black car.
Metal Gear.
I'm not sure how to. This is like if they had done this exactly the same way, except that you never saw anything from Aika's perspective. You did everything from Vyse's perspective, and then just happened to bump into them. Is that better? Probably not. The game is making me feel. That's the other piece of show each other your maps. Oh, don't sell it.
Hey,
Grab the bite and eat. Propagable, have you played Metal Gear before? I've sometimes reached for like sound effect commands in actual conversation outside stream. It's so common too. I think we were talking about it the other day. It makes sense that basically what's going on is in Japan it's sort of like saying aha or mm-hmm. It's a polite way to signify to the other person that you're involved in the conversation and paying attention, is to repeat a noun that they just used. But it stands out so funnily and translated in English. Gotcha. Metal Gear. Yes, that's what I said, Metal Gear. Daccat's church will get more women. I think Gilder is got plans. Oh my god. Oh, it's tearing at me. Rejoin my party. I need your spirit points if nothing else. Probably nothing in here, but just in case. Yeah. It's wild that this is troubling me so much. It's not a big deal. They're gonna get reunited. I just want it to happen like now. Should warn the king about Valua's plan. It's okay. I think I've played another video game that's done something like this. I'm sure I have. There's an example jumping to mind. A lot of games kind of do the get on with it thing about reuniting the party. Or it's just a surprise. If it was just a surprise, if I was just here walking around, you know, finding parts of maps, okay, whatever. The fact that I know that they're here, though. Nasultan. Oh, okay, yeah, good call, Specky, thank you. Could tell this Nasultan guy. I have important information. Oh, really? They're not going to tell me to tell them so they can pass it along for us?
Oh!
Is there any chance I could use like a code to get around that? Serp, I haven't really done that so far outside of like abusing exploits in Ogre Battle, but I wouldn't be opposed to using a Game Genie code for a game that's really cool, but a good chunk of its plate duration is grindy. I think I ended up doing that for Crystallis, actually. In between the first and second sub-block, I threw on a code to increase XP, and just got a couple levels. Nothing to make it easy, but just something that I probably would do if I were playing it by myself off stream. Holy shit, that's pretty crazy. Look on Vyse's face. We see that one infrequently. They have a face like that in Miitomo that your Mii does. It's very distressing looking. This guy's got a snidely whiplash mustache. It's interesting, I feel like a lot of the female characters in this game, like, they move more towards photorealism in their body proportions. But a lot of the male characters are just, like, goofy looking. They don't look like they're actual people, they're very stylized. I haven't seen a lot of, like, super stylized women characters so far. Ugh. At least we tried. He's not right. If anyone's ever been wrong before, it's that Sultan dude. If they leave on that boat before Vyse gets there, oh my god, I'm gonna have an aneurysm on stream. You will get to see somebody die. It'll be great. I bought a fucking ship. Ugh. Go back into town and talk to Vyse. Go! Oh god. She's gonna say something like, oh, we probably shouldn't go back into town. We got better things to do. No, you don't. You have one thing to do. Don't let me leave the town when I get control of Vyse again before checking the weapons shop. Since we haven't had a chance to do that in about 4 hours. Okay, I might think about using it, Serp. We'll see how bad it is with the grindiness. Can't go to the Sultan's well. No! Oh, if they go in separate directions and they split the party for a while. Damn developers of Skies of Arcadia, just let us bump into her like an hour or so into the game. Like, oh yeah, we bought a ship. We worked as waitresses for a while. It was great. We met this lady, Clara. Oh, I didn't know that, so it didn't stress me out. Okay, alright. See me survive an aneurysm. Mommy. Here. Is this not Clara's ship? Oh wait, no. Oh my god. It's not just the characters either. It's like I have to go wander aimlessly looking for this island even though they have the other piece of the map. Actually gonna make me fly there? No. Which one's the Valuan continent? Is this one in the north? Okay. It's probably this island, isn't it? Where Vyse was. She's not gonna be able to open with Lambda Burst anymore, unfortunately. A little bit less buff. You can cast, like, have Fina cast some good magic. Yeah, right, Game Saucer. But they're doing it on purpose, right? It's a stylistic narrative decision, and it's definitely achieving its purpose. It's just my personal personality when it comes to storytelling is this sort of plot line just causes me anxiety and anguish. I don't get any joy out of it. Can you give me a tip for it, Spiky? Hi, Ben. Ben actually tried to climb up. Hey, buddy. He's so soft and furry. He's hungry, too. Can I help you? Like, you can feed me is what you can do to help me. Yeah, right. Except, there's no laughing over here. Just sadness. Bye, Ben. Eastern tip of value that points to it. Okay.
Here goes!
Died from anguish.
We did it!
Yeah, maybe if the game pointed you in the direction of the discovery when you were with Gilder or something, so that you already knew about it from the other character, that would be one thing. Oh god. That's pretty far out too, it looks like. Yeah, right? Murder Ben. So mean to guest kitty. Jeez. Him and Marty get along really well, as you've probably seen. The Marstead IRL channel and Discord is basically Marstead's cats IRL. I've actually stopped taking pictures of them because many of them it's basically the same picture of them snuggling on the window. I've never seen them work together to try to murder something though. Okay, well it said it was the far eastern edge, so I was hoping that was the right direction.
We did it!
Because you don't have to click in there if you don't want to look at pictures of cats, so... I could always make a second... Well, it probably doesn't need 2 channels. Not a lot of interesting stuff that happens. It's not cat-related. Andrew and I pretty much sit at home and watch Netflix, or she plays a game and I watch her. Oh, it doesn't even have a spinning... When the two become one, the path will reveal itself to you. The two halves of the map become one? Bite me, game. I missed the cupel too, I'll have to remember that it's there. Okay, we can't leave town, we gotta go to the weapon shop. Oh, the Discovery has a spinning compass, okay. Gotcha. Hey Manhawk, how you doing? Thank you for the host. What were you streaming today? Check my Twitch alerts when I'm firing. I think the Twitch API gives you what was streaming previously. I might be able to add that to the command. Alright, let's see. Buy some gear. Yeah, I saw that. Peek is working, but Twitch alerts is not. I'll have to figure out what's going on. I think follow alerts have been fine. Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't know there was a new Phoenix Wright coming out. Or maybe I did. What do we have a release date on the new one? Is it the one that's like a combo game? Oh, sweet. A crossover. Phoenix Wright in Apollo Justice. Holy Robe. Grab a couple of those. It might be just Fina that can use it. Resistance to adverse effects. Does it give immunity to adverse effects? Like, what does resistance mean in this case? Can you tell me if the immunity ring is like a ribbon or not? I think I want the physical defense one more. Yeah, and then his armor is just too good for an upgrade. Yeah. Reduced chance on immunity, alright, I won't worry about it. Yeah, it's hard to say though. A lot of these games are kind of rough when it comes to like the translation of item effects. We've had a couple so far that have been a little misleading, especially of like ability descriptions. Like Drachma's spirit barrier ability is kind of unusual. Right. So we beat Phoenix Wright on stream, and we beat we're very close to beating Ghost Trick probably next week. That'll be all the games from that team that I've played. I'm looking forward to checking out the rest of the series. I really enjoyed Phoenix Wright a lot. Hopefully they'll make another Ghost Trick game. That game's really cool. Hey Truly. Yeah, I'm digging it so far. It is a good selection for a game to beat on this channel. We'll be playing it at least one day a week. We've got about another 50 minutes left. We're playing until 5 o'clock Pacific. Welcome to check out some other games we're playing too. Otherwise, just keep an eye on the schedule. It'll be back at least one day per week until we beat it. This is another one that I'd like to see get a sequel. It doesn't have to be in the same universe. Like, it could be an anthology like the Final Fantasy games. But I really want them to explore some of the ideas like weapon color and SP, MP. Don't really see that in a lot of other games. The weapon color one especially, I feel like, would benefit from some iteration, because it's a really cool idea, but I don't really use it to its full potential in this one. Yeah, it lets you avoid magic, but it also makes the character immune to damage, right? Oh wait, no. Delta Shield makes everyone immune to magic. Epsilon Mirror restores your MP and you're invincible for a turn. Yeah, this is the GameCube version, that's correct. Playing it on Dolphin, not because I want to. I'd love to give money to the developers. Not a way to actually pay the developers for this game anymore. They don't have any official re-releases on a virtual console or Steam or anything. Any used copies like $150 and wouldn't come through in HD on Twitch. Delta Shield is the magic one. Oh, I wanted to see that animation and just hit start reflexively. Next time, Gadget, I'd like to see it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I wish they were all that easy.
They're doing a Valkyria Chronicles remaster, right? So I think so. They at least re-released it from PS3 to PC. Got some more money that way. If they do one, I'll pick it up. I really do like giving developers money for their games. It's a bummer with all these older games that don't have a digital presence that you can't really do that with anymore. Yeah. Yep. Same page. Truly. I wonder if they could play off the popularity of Valkyria Chronicles for a re-release of this one. Yeah, they don't have to do an HD remaster. Some of the stuff that Square's been doing with the re-releases, like giving you the fast forward and no encounters effect, is nice. Yeah, no, it's true, Yukiko.
That was easy.
Like, I imagine if it were trivial to do, that every game would be available in that way, but there's lots of issues with the rights. Incurring the rights to resell it, especially if the original developer is defunct. Oh, Wild Arms 3 got a re-release? Has there been a re-release of the original Wild Arms? Is it on like PSN or something? There's an awesome game that's probably going to land on our schedule. Are we on the other side of the island or some shit? Oh my god. Oh, they're dragging this out. It's stressing me out. Just reunite. It feels so good.
Wow.
Oh my god, they're upset. I'll lose my mind. Two pieces come together. What are the chances of that? Wild Arms is on PSN? Okay. Cool. Yeah, that'll be a fun one. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Ecstasy of Gold, though. Oh, really? I didn't know Alter Code F was a remake. Is it good? Oh, we do get a little party swap thing. Okay, so this is like Kefka's Tower. Because they don't really know that that's what they're doing. Oh, I see. There's his cutlass and her boomerang. That's cool. I kind of want to send her back outside. There is a Cupel thing that I didn't pick up. No Lambda Bursts. Can knock out some Pirates, though.
Here goes! Move! Give me strength!
Is it a remake in the sense that, like, the Final Fantasy VII remake is a remake, or is the gameplay different? I don't know how I feel about that most of the time. I've come to peace with the FF7 remake. Now I'm just excited to see how they're going to reinterpret some of the mechanics from the first game in an action RPG format. That's always fun when you're changing genre for something, reinterpreting mechanics, like with Hearthstone.
Let us be thankful for our safety.
Or like video games based on books or movies. adaptation challenge is fun. Yeah, right? We'll be okay. I think that if we're using Fina for her magic DPS potential, that should be helpful. I think we need 2 more to upgrade it again. We'll just have to use, we've got like 99 of those items that restore MP, so we should be good. Ah, okay. Combat's more like the later games than the first game, I see. Sure. Skywing. Is that better than a Grendel wing? It's slightly worse hit rating. Oh, actually, it's significantly worse hit rating. Or plus 11 attack. I feel like she's still probably gonna hit most of the time, but like the pain of missing is really, really great, so I'm gonna deal with not having the plus 11 attack, I think. How did encounter skip work? I only ever played Wild Arms 1. I'm not privy to it. It still basically hits everything? Okay. How does hit rating work in this game? I don't think I've ever seen her miss. Sure. I can be convinced to equip it then. I assume that it's based on like a comparison of hit versus evade. Ouch. As I was saying.
Moons, give me strength.
Yeah, right? Pretty OP ability. Lambda Burst is pretty nice for random battles, truly.
That was easy.
Okay, that's what I needed to know, Spiky. That makes sense. Thank you. But I'm comfortable with giving her the new weapon. It seems fine. Found a chest. I found a chest, and then I got into a random battle. Oh, this is Asshat. It's not a random battle at all. I fight this guy all the time. Zivelin Bane. What's up, dude? Scriven. If I recall, he hit pretty hard previously. And that was with 4 people. Ow. Well, he's not that bad. Bring in Cutlass Fury action here. I'm gonna think about using some Incrum. Oh, okay, no, he still hits really hard. Just not with his normal physical attack. Got it. Oh, that's kind of a cool mechanic, Chaos. I like that idea. Right. As long as you have a party like this, someone with a gun in the back that's defending. He got to go first. Ooh, that was a really unlucky miss.
This should work.
Unfortunately, the Sacros Crystal went off. That could have been GG if it did. Turn didn't work out right. He is basically a mimic, isn't he? That's a good point. There we go.
I wish they were all that easy.
Smug pushing glasses up. Nickel seed. That must have been what was in the chest, huh? Oh wait, no, I guess he just dropped that. Probably a guaranteed drop too. What's a soul crystal? I like both of those words. I like souls, I like crystals. Increases will by 3. I might... Will is like magic attack, magic defense, right? I might actually give that to Fina. Because I don't really use Vyse for nuking all that often. Where's this whole crystal though? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Valuable treasure sought by Numbnuts McGee. Zivelin Bane. Stopping you from looting the item. But he basically fulfills the same function as like a mimic. He's a chest-bound enemy. Oh, magic defense is a separate stat from will. I see. So, Aika's just standing at that door. Oh, look! If I stood here long enough, eventually it opened. That's cool. Hey, Retro, welcome back. They're probably resistant to Pyrus, but it's okay. Baru? Like... bare necessities? No.
Moons.
Wouldn't have guessed that those cute little rabbit monsters like, shot lightning out of their faces. It's pretty cool. That'd be a pretty cool power to have. I wouldn't leap for that one if given a choice. Yeah, I wonder why they went with something
I wish
imaginable
they
like
were all
Will,
that easy.
but then just get magic defense. Turnip rabbit. Alright, let's go switch. Get our Kefka's tower on in this bitch. Off we go. I think I prefer this battle music to the world map music. They're both pretty cool though. I don't know if she's good enough to kill them on her
Give
own.
me strength!
Indeed she is. Let's put Fina on the nuke train and we'll be good to go. We've got plenty of items to keep her topped off on MP. Really? Oh, it's just that we both have to be on both sides. Okay. There's probably another switch I can pull to get them to go forward in that one. Alpha Storm. We can't hit both of them if we do that though. For defend, I'm curious to see how much damage we're gonna get out of Aika attacking these guys. Not a lot. Fina should do a big nuke. I thought they were facing away from us. I guess not. There's a little text pop up in this one that's like... I kind of want to see how much Lambda Burst does. There's no text pop up in this one that tells you that you got a preemptive strike. It's just kind of on the screen. Okay, so that's not enough. We should just have Fina attack. Lesson learned. She's gonna kill it with a crit. Oh wow, she actually did. I was certain that that was gonna do a piddling amount of damage. Maybe they have junky defense or something. Balance this area. Alright, this thing is gonna make Vyse very happy. This is the first lever that you've seen. Oh, they're gonna meet up so soon. I can feel it. Other side of this purple door. Sacrilene Crystal is the one that's a party heal, is that right? That's not a bad rule. My rule is kind of bad. I just give them all to the main character because I assume that I'll always have the main character in my party no matter what. Clearly not true in this game. I think it's kind of how Andrea does it too.
Take that.
think she's mechanically the wild card. She doesn't even have a little combat dance. She's gonna stand still. At least this guy, like, he's like scratching an itch on the back of his neck during battle.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yes, you do. $2,001 gold. So you're saying that the gold amount is based on how much time they expect to have elapsed. So we're running about 4 hours ahead. That's not bad. I wonder where the time difference is made up. Are we going to be exactly on the opposite sides of each other? Oh my god. It's the same color. I thought that they were going to be facing each other. A little bit too easy. Oh, I thought that this was just like a drop. Maiden's armor times 2. Probably an upgrade for both of them. Maybe, possibly. That's wild that they have separated inventories like that. There's a lot of work that goes into doing that. Usually a game like this, you would just... Oh, there's potentially 6 party members in this. I didn't notice the extra space. What's the DO stat? Oh, that's dodge, isn't it? Saccharlen's a full heal, okay. Saccharlen's like an X potion. Ah, the reducing counter rate. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's a pretty cool mechanic. I like that. Can't hold any more magic droplets. Oh, shit. I have to use some, what's-her-nuts just so I can open that chest. Fina. Fina is what's-her-nuts. Oh, she doesn't. They have different inventories. God damn it. Of course they do. Oh, okay. Well. Later, Propagable. Enjoy class. See ya. Thanks for hanging out. Pleasure as always. Magic do? Don't know what that is. Magic, I like it too. Ooh, okay. Let's use it in battle, kind of. That's a bummer. Hey, lovely, how are you doing? This is my wife, Andrea. I play her tune. So this game has been borderline giving me an aneurysm because for the last about hour and a half of gameplay, our party's been split. And rather than like do me the favor of not telling me where the other 2 members are, they keep switching my control over to them. So like the 2 characters, the 2 girls were staying in an inn, and then they gave me control of my other 2 characters, the 2 guys, and I went to that very same inn. I was like, oh, I can hear some women talking in there, but I shouldn't go in there. I'm like, oh my god. It's like the rom-com thing where there's like a basic misunderstanding that could be resolved by just 2 people talking to each other and they never do.
And you're railroaded into not having that conversation.
And having it in a movie or a TV show is one thing, but in a video game, you're like, oh my god, just talk to each other. For the love of God. Can this go down another step? I feel like that's the only way this thing can progress. Unless if there's a switch that I missed with Aika from here. Can. Nice. Okay. I found a chest. I found a chest. Who is going to equip Daccat's armor? How was science today?
That was pretty good. They had some TEDx talks at the lab, so I guess the lab does that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting how human they were. Like, lots of personal stories, and the very last one was like basically a dedication to these 6 guys over the years who have died in explosion accidents, and how at the lab we should be aware of things that have happened in the past and how sometimes there's how the things that we've learned have come at a pretty high cost,
Yeah.
and that we need to remember to look out for each other, and that safety is important, and honor those who have given their lives in service of science.
I'm glad they take that so seriously. She
Yeah,
works at
they
Los
take that
Alamos
really,
National
really
Laboratory.
seriously.
I'm confused on this one. Normally I would expect if there's a little platform like this that I could have a place where I could switch characters. Is there something else that I need to do here, or is Vyse actually right? Where he's like, I just stand on this for a while. I doubt that he's actually right, yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out so far, Truth. It's good to have you.
There was a talk that you would have very much liked called something about an opportunity or something. It was about how puns are often kind of looked down on as lowbrow humor or stupid, but that puns are actually require a very deep understanding of many things. It requires both the giver of the pun and the receiver of the pun to think about how, you know, this connection, what this connection is. It usually lets you make a point. Anyway, she was just saying that puns are like super useful.
Yeah.
And you should use them when you talk about science. Like, you know, and that they're not really unprofessional. Using them every once in a while in order to like reinforce a point is.
Yeah, I could hear that. I think that's a cool
She
point.
quoted a paper that I guess was talking about some method where you put a special cocktail of poop up someone and then that fixes them.
Okay.
I think it's like to reintroduce.
I think I heard about that on
like
know what you're
reintroduce
talking
bacteria or something that maybe
Yeah.
they've lost or whatever. And it had this really like long science title, and then it said : repopulating the gut.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
So that was the other thing about puns, is that they're funny. So like even if it's this kind of gross, boring science thing, you still laugh.
It'd be a good
and
memory
you kind of
aid
get
to get you interested. Yeah, it's good for outreach. I can hear that.
But I think it's good for people to get fuzzy joy feelings when they think about science.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That sounds like that would be totally up my alley. Do you know if they record? Usually TEDx talks get recorded on YouTube, right?
I don't know.
Do you remember
I
the
saw
title of
some
it?
people who were. I mean, it was the Lanel
TEDx.
TEDx.
Okay, I'll try
But
to find it.
it was only open to people with a badge.
Especially good with the colon. I was gonna make
I didn't even get that. That's funny. That's funny.
I'll see if I can find that. If I can find if it gets posted online, I'll post a link in the Discord. That's cool that you get to do that at the library.
Yeah, but like it wasn't open to the public. You had to be a Lanel. You had to have I had to badge in. And I wasn't allowed to bring my phone in, because you're not allowed to bring your phone into the building where
That's crazy.
that talk was.
Interesting. So it was just for Lanel
I
employees.
saw some people with cameras, but I didn't see like a video camera. So I don't know if it was recorded. None of it was all unclassified, so I don't think it would be bad to post it. But anyway, Lanel's weird about that.
If you put her on nuke duty, she's pretty buff. Thank you for reminding me about the switch where they were. I thought that might be true. I didn't notice it when I went there the first time.
Move! Get me straight!
Andrea works at the physics laboratory that built the atom bomb. That was like, they created the lab so that they could do the Manhattan Project. She works on astrophysics, but may one day work on
Oh, yeah, because people talking about the
expedition.
accidents, they're saying that I guess one of them led to the creation of like their bio department to try to figure out what's the health effects of all this
that's
radioactive
interesting.
material.
Yeah.
And you know, now there was a talk about someone in this bio department who she was working on doing a easier or a more accurate tuberculosis checker to be able to diagnose people with tuberculosis or not.
It sounds like they've got some neuro stuff there too, which makes sense.
Dude, Lanel like does everything. There's a lot going on at Lanel.
Jahan says you work on Astro Kaiju.
Exactly.
Got any giant space aliens we're keeping underneath the New Mexico desert?
Actually, one of the talks was called like how fighting terrorists is like protecting against an alien attack.
Really?
So the point there was that terrorists are making like a homemade nuclear bomb that the people who have to then deal with it don't know how it was built, and they don't know how exactly to defuse it, right? They don't have a manual, they don't know what wire to cut. so they have to just sort of figure it out. And he was saying, like, so, you know, the scientific method, you test your hypothesis, but in this case, you can't be wrong. And so he was advocating for what he called improv science thinking, or because he's like, people can improvisation.
Improvisational science?
Yeah, improvisational science, thank you. He's saying that...
Improviscience?
Improviscience. Yeah, where he's saying that people can improv. I don't know, so it's basically, it sounded like he wants people to be able to just figure shit out. He wants to increase people's figure shit out quotient.
That's cool. That makes
so
a lot
that
of
they
sense.
can just get some weird homemade bomb and figure out how to defuse it on the
I'm
fly.
glad everyone is okay.
I wonder how you cultivate the
Yeah,
figure shit out quotient, because that's
he
the most
did not.
important feature of a person.
Oh yeah,
in my
because he
opinion.
uses, it was great because
I
he's
do
like,
have
he
Rumble
showed
turned on,
this
man, by the way.
he showed this picture of a Rubik's Cube, and he was like, you know, I see this video of this kid who can solve it in 5 seconds, but he's like, he's not necessarily he hasn't solved the puzzle. He's memorized an algorithm to solve the puzzle and practiced in order to get really fast at it.
Yeah, not the same
And
thing
so,
at
but
all.
he's like, you know, when I was a kid, the way I would solve it is by taking a screwdriver to it and prying the blocks apart. And I go over to Brandon, I'm like, the way I did it was peeling off the stickers. And he's like, still solves it.
Yeah.
Still solves it.
Uh-huh.
Good enough.
All right. Yeah, the Rumble feature was really helpful. That helped me to find. I guess there's also a thing on the screen.
Oh, there was also a wonderful talk where this guy was saying that he thinks of physics as like this maze, like this giant multi-level maze, and you sort of navigate your own way through it. And as you navigate your way through it, you might like, you know, you figure out what paths lead to where, right? And then maybe you'll realize, oh, I didn't realize that this path and this path actually connect over here, so
Sure.
you'll find new connections. And so he was kind of saying that this is how he thinks about physics, and that he thinks that physics is sort of the quest to develop hindsight. Which I really liked, because like, right, it's figuring shit out for the
That's
first
a cool
time.
way to put it. I like that.
So right, because you're doing the maze the first time and it's hard, and then once you figure it out, you can tell people, and they can probably even perfect on your path and be like, oh wait, no man, you can take a shortcut here or whatever. But like doing it for the first time so that you have that hindsight to build off of, that's physics. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, that's a cool way to put it. I haven't thought about that
And he was
before.
saying that for mentors, you have like your own path through the maze that is physics, and that when you're mentoring students, you need to make sure that they don't just identically follow your path. In fact, make sure that they follow a different path, so that they find different connections and shortcuts.
Gotcha.
Because if they just follow your path, they're just going to duplicate what you've done, and that's not what physics is. It's not going to get you any innovation,
Right.
or at least not in fighting.
Oh, thank you, Spiky. I would have been stuck there forever.
You can only solve physics by prying apart space-time.
Yeah.
That sounds like that could be bad. Maybe it'd be fine. I guess like black holes probably are pretty hard on space-time.
That patience, though, truly silent. I've had a couple people with usernames that just invite the same commentary over and over.
Multivariable calculus.
Oh,
It was a class where I played Sudoku all through class, didn't do so well, and then taught myself like pretty much the entire... I guess I had absorbed some, because then I just spent the night before the final exam in the library teaching myself everything, and then did pretty fine on the exam, so I did okay in the class.
Do you feel like you're good at physics because you're good at math?
Nope. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But there is a minimum. Like I expect a certain level of math when I'm talking to another scientist. So for example, I was talking about this thing and I was like, yeah, so you know, you switch the dE to a log E and that picks up a 1/e factor in the integral, which makes the ed and dE a counts integral.
Oh, well,
in
naturally,
log space.
sure.
Right. Well,
That
so
makes
like,
perfect sense.
but I would expect someone to get that.
Of
rather
course, if they're in
quickly.
physics,
If
yeah.
they're in
But
physics,
not-
right? I mean, maybe not in undergrad, but. And they did. The people I talked to today about that, they're like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
That, I mean, I think that's a fun thing in any like group of people with similar interests. Like,
Well, you
it's
can go
neat that
fast.
once I know that you're a gamer, there's a certain vocabulary that I can expect that we share, and it's always fun to just be able to jump right into that. You don't have to say, "Do you know what experience points are?" Like, you know, do you know what it means to tank something? Guy in red is Gilder. He just joined us. Wall rank. That's a funny name. Oh, good. He starts with Pyros. Let's use.
Give me strength.
They want strength from the moons, Andrea.
There's many moons?
There are 6 moons.
Oh.
1 for each element. There's the red moon,
Fire.
blue moon.
Water.
Blue is blue. What element is blue in this game? I think purple.
Pirate?
is
I wish they
ice.
were all that easy.
Did you say pirate?
Yes.
Pirate elemental. Yellow is lightning. Silver is life and death. Electrum box. I'm guessing that's a spell. Boxes usually are spells.
Yeah, Cass, I hope if it's something you actually do want to understand, though, that you force them to explain it better. Because, yeah, I'll do that if it's something that I just don't care about, and I'm like, I just need this conversation to progress so that I can get back to my office and do other things.
Right.
But if it's something that you don't understand, you should ask about it. If it's something you want to understand.
I'm in that.
It's kind of
camp, too.
I feel like it's on them to be able to explain it to you.
I have this terror of not knowing things, and it's really unproductive. Like, it actually takes effort for me to say.
You need to spend
actually don't know
4
what that
years
is.
in the same department as John Beacom.
Mhm.
Seriously, watching
He
him
kinda
just
taught
ask
you.
questions. He's one of the most brilliant people I know, and he asks questions. And some of the questions he asks are somewhat basic.
Very
but
simple.
I don't know. For some reason, that just I learned that, and I really do think that it's on the person to be able to explain it to you.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand it and you're giving it a good go at it, it's not on you.
Twitch has been kind of helpful for me with that, because on Twitch, if someone's like, "Oh yeah, you should totally play this game, Lords of Midnight," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, Lords of Midnight, yeah, that game's pretty sweet." Secretly Googles it and looks up what it is behind the scenes, like that. But I'm not doing that.
You can't do that
I
because
can't do
they
that.
can see you.
Well, no, I shouldn't do that because there's no conversation there. Like, it's interesting to say, "Oh, I've never heard of Lords of Midnight. Tell me about it." Like, you want to have more conversation, and that just kind of ends the story. And I think that's probably true in real life too. Like, it's more interesting when you can say, "No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Like, here's your chance to tell me about it." So people like to talk about things that they're into. I get excited when I say, "Oh man, I was just playing Kingdom Hearts." Like, "Oh, what's Kingdom Hearts?" Like, instead of being like, "What the hell? You don't know what Kingdom Hearts is?" Like,
Yeah.
"Oh man, let me tell you."
Yeah, let me tell you a tale.
All right. Can she flip that thing again? I guess she has to.
Yeah, whenever I give a talk, I know I gave a good talk if I get a lot of questions.
It is pretty sweet. I agree, Game Saucer.
Right, because if you don't get any questions, it's either because they were all sleeping, so they weren't paying attention, or I guess it was either or they didn't understand any of it because you didn't bring it down to the right level. Because it's always hard when you're like an expert in something and you spend all your time thinking about it, it's hard to remember that not everyone else has spent all their time thinking about it. And that their only exposure to it is going to be this 20-minute talk, so you kind of have to break it down for them.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Truly Silent, that I get nervous if I give a presentation and no one asks any questions. I worry that means that nobody understood anything that I said.
Or you bored them all.
Or I bored them to death, exactly. Oh really? What are you working on, Truly? That's super cool. Oh, that's really awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, imagine that video game development, you get like way down in the weeds and it can get really detailed. You have to like probably truly love it.
We want this to be sideways.
Be able to like spend all day, I don't know, making the tree just right. Or
Sure.
designing the map just right. Getting the right conveyance.
You should play a game called The Beginner's Guide. I feel like that game is made for game designers to play. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Make this thing turn. Right. So we're solving this puzzle collaboratively, but neither party knows that the other party is here. They just kind of assume that if they stand on these plates for long enough, that shit happens.
Oh, yeah, Leon. And even if you have labels on your axes, you should always say what each axis is. Right?
That
You can't
was
just say, and as you can see from this plot, blah, 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 blah. You're like, no. So on the x-axis is energy, the y-axis is DNDE, and so you can see that it falls off with energy or whatever. Like, right? You can't just say that. You can see we get less photons at high energies.
This is a really cool dungeon. I love this
Gotta give
design
them
of
time to digest the damn plot, so
giant gears.
So taking time to explain the axes gives them time to digest.
Oh, that's super interesting.
And also make sure your axis labels are big enough to be read.
Truly, I'm gonna have questions for you all the time. I would love to know, like, what goes on when thinking about writing dialogue. Like, getting into the weeds of, like, how long a block of text should be and, like, where you should break it. Kind of stuff that's probably invisible to most end users, but is super important. That sounds really cool.
Do you have strong opinions about fonts? No, seriously, there are people I know who have very strong opinions about fonts, and I'm sure it's because they're just thinking about things at a level that I just don't. And I'm really glad that there are people who are thinking about things at that level. And I think fonts can have a big difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Everyone hates Comic Sans. Somebody needs to tell Fabiola to stop making all her talks in Comic Sans. She's the director of CERN, for God's sakes. But she thinks it's a really happy font.
The presentation for the Higgs boson announcement was in Comic Sans, and a bunch of people on the internet were making fun of it. I kind of like, a cool thing for storytelling is kinetic typography, and you see this more and more in games.
Oh my god, you're gonna have to break down what kinetic typography is.
It's what it sounds like, you know, kinetic, like...
Motion?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Kinetic typography is a game where the text doesn't just read out on the screen. Like it's crazy shit will happen. Like, there'll be sound effects, or some of the text will be really, really large to represent how important something is.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's basically, instead of just displaying it like this game does, using the way the text is presented to the player to tell the story in a way.
Like how in House of Leaves you end up like turning the book upside down?
Yeah, to mirror what the player's going through. Hey, thanks for the host, Sir Anderson. How's it been? Someone throw a shout out to Sir Anderson. I think Comic Sans is pretty well suited for comics. I don't care for what's the font? Papyrus. I see it too much.
Oh my god, he hates Papyrus.
Oh yeah, let me hit this. Look at, there's the Vyse O-face, Andrea.
I don't know what that is.
This guy Vyse is showing us his O-face. He's so shocked that these other people are in the dungeon. Thank God they finally reunited, and it feels so good.
Oh. Can you give an example of feature
Thank you,
creep?
Yaha.
Oh, as in, I'll just keep reading your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Way too much unneeded dialogue, yeah, so then you're bloating it.
Yeah, we've been running into that problem, Truly Silent, with Bravely Second is a really cool game, but there are scenes that just, you know, they could convey the bullet point ideas in about 2 minutes of dialogue, and instead it's like 30 minutes of dialogue sometimes, and it's like, oh my god, get on with it, I get it.
Right.
I think that's minimalism in writing is really important, like...
Elegance.
Yeah, elegance. I think my favorite
You know,
stories
it's like
are
Tim
ones where people
Gunn,
edited it
whenever he
down.
goes into the Project Runway people, you know, he's always talking about editing. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
you're really gonna need to be careful editing this. And you're gonna have to make it work.
I think it's
this
easier
really
to
needed
start.
some more thought.
It's easier to start big and write a lot or do a lot and then edit it down and
Yeah.
cut the unneeded stuff than to try to start out small.
Although I do think it's nice to start off with an outline.
Yeah. Feature creep is a thing in design in general. Like if you ever pull up Microsoft Word and you look on the ribbon about all the stupid bullshit that's up there, that many of them are features that users are going to use 0.0001% of the time.
Right.
Devs will sometimes jokingly call it creature feet.
Feature feet.
Boss fight with no save. I'm gonna do a save state here just for safety. We're playing for about another 10 minutes or so. Try not to use it. I think we should be fine.
I mean this is a serious question. Like, do you spend a lot of time talking about, like, should we use 1 exclamation point or 2? Or, like, how many is wrong? Because, like, okay, so in...
They didn't want to call it Dexter.
Like, you were saying that in Jaws, they, like, were testing with people to figure out how long the cut needed to be for the thing to be scary, and if it was longer than that, then you can tell it was fake and it wasn't scary.
36
and if it
frames
was
or
shorter
38
than that, it was just too fast and you didn't get to process it.
Yeah. I'll post the link for this. This came up when I was watching the recent Every Frame of Painting video about editing. It's an hour-and-a-half documentary from like the mid-2000s with a bunch of, it's like Steven Spielberg and James Cameron.
Like, just be like, oh, how was your work today? Oh, you know, I spent 3 hours talking about how many exclamation points to put. Like, but that's just because you're way down in the weeds, right? You're detailing all that
Funny
stuff.
to see that movie.
And when you do it right, no one will notice. Because it'll
Done
just be
anything at all.
seamless.
We've got the bummer music playing right now, so I gotta be careful.
No, don't die.
This music plays when people are taking lots of damage. Do I have a better heal somewhere? Regenerate health, boost the spirits to heroic levels, restore all HP. I think we'll do the Soccer's Crystal. I'll have, actually this round is just gonna be a round of healing for the people who need it. So Fina, herself, and then he'll start casting Incrum on people.
Oh, guess who has 2 thumbs and has a 3-day weekend?
Yeah.
I love Los
The
Alamos.
lab that Andrea works at lets you do this thing. where
980s!
You work 9 hours a day,
Monday through Thursday.
and then you work 8 hours on Friday.
Yep.
And then the following, you have every other Friday off.
Correct.
Pretty cool.
So Fridays are always awesome because they're either I only work 8 hours or I get the whole day off. I'm gonna sleep in. Maybe we can go try that brunch place that's not open on Sundays.
Okay. Sure. Oh god, Death Waltz.
That doesn't sound good.
It's probably end up being a good thing that I did a save state at the start of this battle. Holy shit. Well, somebody Death Waltzed. It was the one character that I have that can resurrect people. Oh shit. And they get to do a regular attack?
Oh,
Oh my god.
yeah, Silent Lie. I always thought that can diverge very quickly when you have a game like Mass Effect.
Mhm.
And there's just all these different options and choices that affect everything. And then they're gonna propagate down.
Do I have an item that heals the whole party? I think I used all of them. This would be a really good level to have it on. This is gonna be super rough.
I'm trained in the art of programming.
Alright, so Incrum definitely matters in this fight. I'm gonna try launching it on people so that they stop dying.
Going solo sounds hard. Have you guys seen this game or this Netflix documentary? Or this documentary that was on Netflix called Indie Game.
It's a good documentary. I recommend it.
You know, like the Meat Boy guys seemed pretty chill, but they were really stressed out during the launch
Yeah.
when it wasn't getting the promotion that they thought it was gonna get. And oh my god, the poor guy who did Fez. I feel kind of bad for him, but I think he created a lot of his own problems. But man,
If I did, I don't think I noticed if I caught it. If someone wants to check on YouTube and use the live rewind feature real quick to let me know if I saved, that would be helpful.
oh, the truth comes out about Mass Effect. Your choices don't matter.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them. Not all.
Right.
Or I guess like, cause sometimes you'll make a choice in like 2, and then all it does is affect one conversation in 3.
Well,
right. So like, do you give the guy back his wife's body, or do you let them experiment on it? And then you see him again, and then he's like, "You asshole," or "Thank you."
The thing with that, I think, is that you have to create the illusion. You don't have the development time to make all the choices really matter. It just
Right.
it cannot work.
Yeah, it's gonna get out of
And
control.
at the end of the day, those decisions, if someone chooses to go online and see like what would have happened if I made the other choice, or if they play the game a second time, then the veil is going to get pulled away. But you want the person on their first playthrough to believe that the game has actually been tailored for them. So when you do the Rhaknam thing in Mass Effect 3, if you made the decision to save the Rhaknam Queen in the first game, it really feels like, oh man, this is for me. Like, this wouldn't happen for someone else. It's not until after you beat the game and look up the other playthrough that, oh, that happens anyway, that you feel disappointed.
You know, so I just realized, not having anything to do with what you just said, but so I'm playing through Rise of Tomb Raider right now, which is excellent. And I just realized that they have a lot of like whenever you go to one of the fires, and pretty much whenever you go to a fire, you're spending skill points or you're upgrading a weapon. So you are doing shit, right? you're gonna be sitting there doing shit. And then that's when she has these big long monologues. And I was like, that's a great time for it. Because
you're
I'm
already
already
in there
doing this
playing around
other
in your
thing.
inventory.
And so like, yeah, I can listen
not
to her
taking you out of the
views on
game.
about how her daddy wasn't there for her. or
It's actually
whatever.
pretty smart. I hadn't. thought
Yeah,
about
that was super clever. Because you're like, yeah, what are you gonna do to fire? You're gonna go spend your skill points. So like, you can sit here and listen to Laura go on and on about something.
And then it makes
You know
the
when I
whole
don't want to
playing
listen to her
around
go
your
on
skill
and on
points,
about
that's
something?
boring.
Like when I'm fighting a bear. Oh my god, I unloaded like an entire gun, 2 guns at the bear and it didn't die. And then I hit it with an arrow and it died.
Games like Dragon Age Inquisition help with that problem, Retro, because they give you the text decision and then they mechanically tell you this is the consequence of this decision. So like, if you choose this person will not join your party. Like, that's really helpful. It breaks your immersion a little bit, but I think it's pretty necessary. Yeah. Well, I kind of like the meaningless choices in this one. So this one gives you a bunch of choices where there's clearly one obvious correct answer. Like, do you want to save the world? Yes or no? And what it does is if you say no, it gives you a penalty, and then you say yes anyway. But at least there's like a system in place that rewards you for recognizing what you as the character, the designers wanted you to do. Clearly they want you to say yes because you're a hero. Whereas other games will be like, you say no and be like, oh wait, really? Are you sure? And then they'll make you ask it again and then just repeat it. We've got our full health now. Someone else still needs ink.
Like I say, he calls the skippable text, calls that flavor text. So you're like, yeah, just add some flavor. Flesh
Well,
it out.
regeneration's pretty shitty, so we don't want to waste points on that. Ireland's gonna hit both of them, which I think is...
Yeah, but I appreciate when, so like in Mass Effect, he read every codex entry because he cares.
It's awesome!
I
All the
didn't,
codex entries in that game are great.
because I don't care. Although he told me some of the cool ones, like, did I have to read codex to know the Elcor communicate with smell?
Yeah, it's a codex thing.
Okay.
They
'cause
talk about it
that's
a little bit in the community.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice. It plays a little happy sound effect that makes you happy when you pick the right answer. I'm gonna go ahead and try. We'll go a little bit over time, just trying to finish this boss fight. I'll probably save state at the end of it rather than let the follow-up scene play.
That's a good question. Would I have to stay at the fire? I'll test it next time. See if I can just leave the fire and if she still goes on and on.
I think you can stop it if you leave, but
Okay.
you usually have enough to do there that you don't want to, you know? You want to hear all the
Because
dialogue.
the fire, that's her taking a break, right? She's been running around raiding tombs and killing bitches. And
Ben?
this is where she gets to sit down. She's in
Can you-
Siberia, so it's cold.
Could you do me a favor and get the Kitty You Done Fucked Up Now spray bottle? He's chewing on wires. He's never done that before. That can't be a thing.
Alright.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys might take a while at this time. We'll see what we can do. Put some Alpha Storm here. I'm curious if Delta Shield will actually protect us or not.
Oh yeah, he read like all the Dark Souls thing. Because apparently that's where the story is.
Not on stream though. That's the problem. Is I didn't get to do the codex, and there was one day I was like, I love the codex entries in Mass Effect, so we're gonna read them on stream, and I watched my viewers go from like 20 to like 6. Okay, I guess we're not doing that anymore. There we go.
Yeah, I guess reading is fun for the reader, but not fun for the watcher.
Fried kitty.
Let's try this.
Oh, you don't want to eat Ben.
Come on.
I don't think he tastes very good. I have no idea what cat tastes like.
Yeah, I hear you, Gupo. It makes it tough. I feel like Dark Souls is probably a little bit better because the flavor text on the items is really short. It's like a paragraph.
Oh my god, Silent Lie, that is so true. Anyone, yeah, like having to write a PhD thesis, I think there are several people in chat who can commiserate with that. Just like, oh my god. I don't know if it's even writer's block, because like I knew what I needed to write, I just didn't want to do it.
If I'm inspired to write something, I can write hundreds of pages, no problem.
You know, I think a lot of people could.
Mm-hmm.
Just flows out of you.
Yup.
Oh! Hey, Dylan.
What's up?
Why couldn't you hear the pterodactyl using the bathroom.
Why?
Because the P is silent.
I should have guessed that one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like
She
that.
told that in her pun
Oh.
thing. I thought you would appreciate it.
Man, I wish I could have gone to that.
Yeah,
I'll try to see if I can find that on
She
YouTube.
used a lot of puns.
Old joke.
Deeds for me.
Man, that does a lot of damage. Man.
Let's try this.
I didn't mean to use magic droplet, but okay. Oops. Hopefully she doesn't die. She's gonna die. Oh my god. Oops. Oh, wait, no, she just barely lived. But it's playing the "You're in trouble" music. She could still die if the other thing does something nasty here. Maybe Cutlass Fury will kill it.
Cutlass Fury! A Native American guy who drank 200 cups of tea. No, I did not hear about him.
Alright, let's
Did
go.
we need to- Oh, something about TP.
he had TP.
Pretty
good.
That's it.
Oh, I see what I did wrong this time. Man, Ingram is super buff. I need to open every battle with it. Once I learn Riselim for
Oh,
at
he
least one
drowned
other
in his
player,
TP. Alright.
This should work.
I'll have to switch characters over to Fire because I want to get the thing that uses Ingram on the whole party. It's pretty taxing to cast it on 4 people individually.
That sounds like a terrible way to die. Drowning in urine? Oh.
I agree. We disagree on a lot of things, Anne.
But on this,
That's you know, that tough topic.
this is the common ground we can use to negotiate.
Yeah, I can hear where you're coming from, truly. Like, on this channel, I like to talk about games the way an English teacher would talk about books, or, you know, film critic would talk about film, and that's kind
Oh,
of the
you know what I
problem,
love?
too,
I
is-
love that I don't hear the Wilhelm scream. Every time he hears a Wilhelm scream, he's completely taken out of the immersion.
basically that, like,
So like, but I don't hear it.
it's
And he'll point it out to me. Like, don't point it out to me. It's ruined for you. It doesn't have to be ruined for me.
it's fun
Dylan.
to know about, like, cinematography tricks in film, but once you're like looking for long shots, you see them, and you can't like immerse yourself in the scene where it's like, oh wow, this is a
Oh,
really
yeah, I guess the
long
one that
shot.
you see now are the bars. Like there's
Oh,
this
yeah.
ending scene in Devil Wears Prada where she's in the limo and there's a building and it's basically like she's behind prison, right?
The shot that makes it appear as though someone's behind bars, even though they're not actually.
Yeah,
by, like,
so that's a
using
very
lighting.
common. Like they did that in Game of Thrones where like I think Davos is in prison, but the way they shoot it, it looks like Stannis is actually in prison. So it's really zoomed in, so you can't really tell.
Yeah. I hear the Wilhelm scream. I hear the like rickety door opening sound effect and everything.
Oh, the angel devil over the shoulder.
Yeah.
They do that in Game of Thrones
good
all the
shot.
time.
I don't know. I think that you get something new out of it. Like, yeah, it breaks your immersion a little bit, but it's cool to be aware of it.
It's like a little inside joke.
Like, I remember we watched that Charlie Work episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia
That
with your
episode's
sister,
fantastic.
who had watched it many times and loved it. Was like, did you notice that whole episode was like a single shot? And it actually is. They do some tricks to
But it's-
simulate it, but they try to make it look like it is, and it's really cool. So you to see, I guess Birdman is the same.
Just move the dumpster, you goddamn bitch. Just move the dumpster, you bitch. Oh, that goddamn bitch.
Oh, the child laughter sound effects. Yeah, yeah. I think you get more value at the end of the day. You definitely do lose something by knowing how the sausage is made, so to speak. But I think it's fun. The Charlie Work is our favorite episode. I think. Just move the dumpster, you bitch. Still haven't seen Birdman. We'll have to watch it. Really, truly, I didn't know that. There was already a reused sound element.
Why did the dinosaur cross the road? He did it because dinosaurs became extinct before roads were built.
Oh, it's so good, Leon. Have you watched? Do you like? I guess if you don't like,
That's my answer. I like my answer.
it's a good answer.
Thank you.
If you don't like Seinfeld, I don't think you would like It's Always Sunny. It's like Seinfeld, but with people who are significantly worse.
I like It's Always Sunny, and I haven't ever really liked Seinfeld.
Did you ever watch Seinfeld in your adult life, though?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's okay to be wrong. They're just terrible people.
Because the chicken joke wasn't invented.
That's pretty good. That's pretty close. All right, guys, that'll be a good stopping point. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks to any new folks. Reminder, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made. Monday through Friday, we're playing rad games like this one, Zelda, Final Fantasy, Metroid, Mario, Dark Souls, so on. Check out the games we've already played at games.marstead.com. Head over to vote.marstead.com to vote for the next game we're going to play on stream. I'm going to find someone to throw a host to in a few minutes here. We'll see if anyone's playing Skies of Arcadia, and if not, we'll pick up somebody else on the list here. Let's see who we got. Yeah, thanks again for following, truly. Good having you. Nice meeting you. Let's see, how we doing on Skies of Arcadia? Nobody on Skies, so instead... Yeah, RT popped in and threw us a host earlier. Let's jump over on RT's channel. RT is a former colleague of Andrea's. She worked in undergrad research at Fermilab. No longer in physics, now a Twitch streamer. Pretty awesome. She also does it. Say hi. Have a good night, everybody.